Good morning and welcome to the 200th convention. It is a great day. Thank you for being here. So glad we can mostly gather in person. There'll be about 15 people online, but I really appreciate you taking part in the mitigating risk strategies. Most of the Diocese of the Episcopal Church will be meeting online still this year, and I'm really grateful that we can be together. For those who are taking part online, they'll be able to fully take part, vote the same way that we do, watch the proceedings online, be able to bring comments into the room. So that's important to us. One little note just of trivia, this is our 200th meeting, but a couple of times we've had more than one in a year. So April of 1823 was when we were founded, and so we're 2 years away from our bicentennial, just so you know. And for those keeping score, 12 years away from our 300 years in Georgia as Anglicans worshiping here. Our convention begins with morning devotions. Please stand. And we have our opening song.
We're going to start with Come Thou Fount of Every Blessing. The words are in your book, convention book, on the top of page 2. Come thou fount of every blessing, tune my heart to sing thy grace. Streams of mercy never ceasing, call for songs of loudest praise. Teach me some melodious sonnet, sung by flaming tongues above. Praise the mount, so fix me on it, mount of thy redeeming love. Here I find my greatest treasure, hither by thy help I've come, and I hope by thy good pleasure safely to arrive at home. Jesus sought me when a stranger, wandering from the fold of God. He to rescue me from danger interposed his precious blood. Oh, to grace how great a debtor daily I'm constrained to be. Let thy goodness like a fetter bind my wandering heart to thee. Prone to wander, Lord, I feel it, prone to leave the God I love. Give my heart, oh, take and seal it for thy courts above. Give my heart, take and seal it for thy courts above.
Open my lips, O Lord, my mouth. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. Cast me not away from your presence. Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and will be forever. Amen.
A reading from Micah. With what shall I come before the Lord, and bow myself before God on high? Shall I come before him with burnt offerings, with calves a year old? Will the Lord be pleased with thousands of rams, with tens of thousands of rivers of oil? Shall I give my firstborn for my transgression, the fruit of my body for the sin of my soul? He has told you, O mortal, what is good. And what does the Lord require of you but to do justice, and to love kindness, and to walk humbly with your God? The word of the Lord.
Thanks be to God. Let us reaffirm our faith in the words of the Apostles' Creed. I believe in God, Father Almighty, creator of heaven and earth. I believe in Jesus Christ, his only Son, our Lord. He was conceived by the power of the Holy Spirit, born of the Virgin Mary. He suffered under Pontius Pilate, was crucified, died, and was buried. He ascended to the dead. On the third day he rose again, ascended into heaven, and is seated at the right hand of the Father. Come again to judge the living and the dead. The Holy Spirit, the Holy Catholic Church, saints, forgiveness of sins, resurrection of the body, life everlasting. Amen. Your prayers are invited at this time, either silently or loud. I pray for the Glenn County clergy gathered on the courthouse steps now. Pray for the trial getting underway, for the judge, the jurors, the bereaved, the accused. Be present, Lord. Let us pray in the words our Savior taught us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Thine is the kingdom and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Almighty and ever-living God, source of all wisdom and understanding, be present with those who take counsel in the Diocese of Georgia for the renewal and mission of your church. Teach us in all things to seek first your honor and glory. Guide us to perceive what is right, and grant us both the courage to pursue it and the grace to accomplish it. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Please be seated. The first item of business is to pass the consent agenda, which would normally proceed a little bit faster, but there's a bit of news I need to share in context that affects our consent agenda, or shouldn't, but you need to know in advance. As we were packing up to get out of town on Wednesday while walking down Bull Street with her dog, Canon Katie Easterlin fell and immediately knew it was bad, and she'd broke her foot. Now, in the grand scheme of things, she'll be okay, but in a narrow way, she really needed to not get up and about. Now, I've known Katie a long time, and I remember her being a very tough soccer player, just a very, ready to take one for the team and keep going. So I knew that she would want to come anyway, and she did. And I was, my persuasive powers of her convincing her not to, be tough and come only worked when I said, look, whatever I say about it, if you come and show up right after you had a break when you need to be healing, what we'll be telling everybody is what we say about taking care of yourself isn't true. What we'll be saying is that what we really need you most to do is work. And I'm not sure there's a lot of gospel in that. So she heard that, and the good news is we have a good team, right? We can always trade things off. We have people ready to go. The consent agenda, I'm asking that we keep it the same because that role of Secretary of Convention, why what you see happens in the room as Secretary of Convention, it's actually a role in the Episcopal Church that goes between conventions and has a number of important pieces to it. Whoever that person is will file our diocesan parochial report. Whoever that person is will help manage the confirmation process the standing committee does for elections of other bishops. There's a number of things that fall to that person. And so what I'm asking is that we still pass the convention consent agenda that would make Canon Katie Easterlin the Secretary of Convention, which will keep that true across that time. But she has an assistant at work. Daniel Garrick is our assistant administrator who does a lot of the work of the diocese already, and honestly runs a lot of convention for us. So I'll just ask him to be acting secretary. He's already an assistant secretary in the consent agenda. Does that make sense to everybody? The consent agenda is before you. Does anyone want to remove something from the agenda? Seeing nothing, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Lauren, you have some, Karen Lash, you got some things to announce?
Yes, so there are several resources available to you all, both those who are here in person and those who are joining us online. You should have received your convention book in your fancy green bags that you got at registration. If you do not have your book and need to get one, we have lots over at the registration table. You can also find the book online at the diocesan website. If you could just go to gaepiscopal.org, right up in the right side of the screen, there's a drop-down menu, and it'll show you all of our convention resources. The book has nominations, financial reports, budgets, ministry reports, and voting instructions. The voting is going to be different this year than we've done previously. We're going to work with online voting. It's very exciting. No more Scantron bubbles to fill in. So because it's new, and we know how Episcopalians like new things, we're going to give it a try. We're going to do some practice votes. So you're going to be able to vote using your phone. Using your phone with text messaging is the easiest way to vote. However, if you are finding, like me, maybe you have T-Mobile and it doesn't work on Jekyll Island, and you need to use your web browser to vote, you can do that as well. So if you're going to use your cell phone, really that is the easiest way. Text in the to line, so you're texting to 22333, and then you're going to, in the code, the message is EDIOGA. EDIOGA. If you want to use the web browser, it's polev.com/EDIOGA. With either of them, what you're going to do is you're going to enter your full name. Please enter your full name. This is going to enable us to make sure that we are able to print out the list to show who voted and put it right next to our registered delegates so we know that everybody who is registered was able to vote.
They won't enter their name on text, though.
Oh, you won't enter your name on text, I've just been told. I'm still learning how to use this too. And so you'll enter it in. The next page, your vote will come up. You will get a choice. We're doing some very important voting, y'all. So it will look like this, and you'll choose. And if you chose chocolate, then that means you have chosen the better portion. This will show you what happens at the end. So I'm going to switch over to Daniel's laptop, and he's going to run us through several trial votes. And I'll go back to here just one more time. It's in the book, too. I am. Okay, so up on your screen, if we could go back to my presentation, please. Thank you. What page are the voting instructions on? What page are the voting instructions on? Yes. Reverend Guillermo Arboleda has a question.
Is that any better?
Yes.
I'm hearing murmuring. On my phone, I did that, and I got back a text acknowledging that I sent to you, but no link to get to the voting.
There's no link.
So there's no link to voting, so as soon as the vote is live, it will just pop up on your screen.
No, you're saying you didn't get to the web browser on your phone.
There's no web browser
No.
when you're voting by text.
Do we go to
So,
polleverywhere.com?
thank you, Daniel. See, I'm still learning, y'all. I'm so sorry. If you're voting by text, you are just going to text to that number your answers to each question that pop up. A, B, C, D. I'm so sorry, y'all. If you are voting by web browser, then it will come up with the actual choices for you to click.
What you should get a note is that you've joined Daniel Garrick's session, EDIOGA. When you're done, press leave and you're there. And so when you text in that box, you will then be casting a vote.
Thank you, Reverend Arboleda. We're just about to, the vote is going to go live. And the number, we're going to switch over, and the number is at the top too, so you'll be able to see where to text your vote to. We should have put that on there.
There's a question. Do you want to go to the microphone, Deidre?
Yeah, thank you. It is up on your screen. The web browser address is right up on the top of your screen, as well as where to text.
So if you text A, you will have voted for chocolate, as God intended. If you text B, you will have voted for vanilla, and we will pray for you.
I'm sorry, there's no strawberry or neither or abstain for this vote. Case does not matter.
Of course, what we're trying to do is get everybody in and voting and comfortable before anything relies on it. You will get a text back that confirms the selection you made. All right. Anybody attempting, still not able to get in? If your hand's up, okay. There we go, there we go, there we go. We're gonna, yeah, there's a few. All right, we're going to go back through the steps real quick, and then if it's still not working, we will. This is really just take our time. Let's breathe deep. We're all good. If you, in the to line of where you're sending the text, you hit 22333, the text, as if that's the phone number you were texting. Then you send the body, and the message of the text is EDIOGA. When you send that, you will get a text back. You've joined Daniel Garrick's session, EDIOGA. When you're done, reply leave. If you don't reply leave, you'll remain in the voting for now, okay? Now, when you do that, we have a vote that's still live. If you send the text A, you're voting for chocolate, and then send it. B, you're voting for vanilla. And whichever, you will get an answer back via text. Thanks for voting, you chose, and it will name to you what you chose. Any problems still happening?
We have 135 responses, so it's going well.
Bishop, we cannot hear as clearly with your masks on. Is there any way that
Yeah,
you
that's
might-
fine.
Thank
That's
you
fine.
very
Yeah.
much.
Thank you. That's helpful. I can garble my words with a mask off, too.
Bishop,
Yes.
if you're having difficulty with your web browser, with Chrome, go to Safari. Mine did not work with Chrome. It did work with Safari on my phone,
Okay.
since I do not have a signal. And once I chose chocolate, it just stopped there. It didn't go any farther.
Okay,
good.
that's right.
Okay.
That's
You're
right.
good.
All right.
We have 149 responses.
We have 149, 152 responses now. Anybody still need assistance? We're going to do a few more votes just to, okay.
Move to the next one.
Can we get the results? Or? Yep.
You did.
And here are the results. 75% chocolate, 25% vanilla.
We did it.
The motion carries, and it carries no weight whatsoever. Thank you. Let's do another. All right, now we have a little more skin in the game, so to speak. We have Georgia or Georgia Tech. We realize many of you will have other preferences. This is just of these two options. They are the only two schools standing for election to the standing committee, okay?
Reverend Amy Baxter, I am sorry Auburn is not on there, but I'm also not sorry Auburn is not on there.
War Eagle.
Go Dogs.
Okay, you may now vote.
Please no brawling in the aisles. Thank you.
Canon Joshua Varner is available. If you need some assistance, you can raise your hand. Liz Williams, she's right by you, right behind you. We have tech support in the room. We have 138 responses. Vote is still open for Georgia or Georgia Tech. I'm noticing that it's fewer votes. I'm wondering if some people, it just tears at their soul to make a vote here. That is an acceptable answer, but we're getting there. We have some tech support going around. Where? Okay. All right, let's see what these results are. We have a number of them queued up. We still have tech support taking place. So, the University of Georgia squeaked out a win. All right, as we're continuing to work on this, let's try another vote, shall we? Now we have a preferred All Saints Day hymn, assuming there will only be one hymn of the day. What would your choice be?
We realize this is like choosing a favorite child for some of us. You just have to pick one, Steve Clifton.
That's a good one. There's no write-in option, William.
The hard part, of course, is they're not all, everyone, we have people voting who aren't voting delegates, so we're going to have to address that.
We have all of the numbers uploaded in the system, so we'll be able to check.
Yes, David Lindbergh, Pat Leslie got her hand up. What are we looking for here, Pat? So one word about this voting system. Something to know, right now we're letting everybody engage with it. And that's helpful to us to all be in the room and all be taking part in something that's fun. When the time comes, there are people present who are not voting delegates. And so a couple of things about that. One, if you know yourself not to be a voting delegate, we ask you not to vote when the time comes. But secondly, we have entered every email address and every text number, and those are being removed in audit, okay? So right at the moment, it's all open. It's just lets everybody take part and have fun. But when we come to the actual votes, the reason why we were capturing your information is that you have to be in that list to be an approved voter, but we would like for you to still not throw it into the system just for when the time comes. But right now, this is just for fun. Everybody gets to vote on chocolate or vanilla. If you're an alternate, that's fine. But the time will come later. We'll ask you if you are an alternate or not otherwise a voting delegate to not vote. But again, we have a system in place that is taking care of that by having entered in all voters. Were someone need to leave and an alternate replace them, we would have to have that information for the vote to count. Right now, if that person left and you voted for them, you might be pressing the button, but your vote would not register. Does that make sense? So we would need you to make that known to us. Okay, where are we on our votes? All right, so we have 168 votes now. Let's see what we got. For all the saints.
Oh.
Lovely. And I think we have another one set up too?
We have a few more.
Yeah, a few more. This is just a chance. We have some votes that'll be more than an either or option. So in this case, favorite 2 Holy Week liturgies. Favorite 2 Holy Week liturgies. And you text one and then the other, correct? Yes.
Yeah, it's a comma.
It is the letter, a comma, and then the letter. Letter, comma, and a letter. And this is practicing because later we will have some ballots where you will want to vote twice. And so we're building our skills now. Yes. Well, we're going to find out because I believe the answer is no. And you'll know because your response, the part of testing this out is that you get to go ahead and see what choices were registered. You should see that it has processed 2 of 2 responses. 2 of 2 responses will be the note back if you properly registered 2 votes. Okay, this
Anyone
time the
else?
results are way up because we have 2 votes from everybody. We have 328 votes in now, so about 160 or so.
Anyone else having trouble?
How are we doing on this? Deacon Sue, do you? Okay, Liz. Let's see, Joshua's coming. Canon Joshua Varner will come over and work with you. It's Deacon Sue Gahagan. And again, this is just while there's no pressure, we're going to come back later and vote. Just want everybody to be comfortable with the process. If your phones die, we can assist you in charging it, and we can let you use a web browser to vote online.
I think we have 5 iPhone chargers and 2 fish, and then it'll just be enough for the whole group.
We were thinking that might happen.
You're welcome.
5 iPhone chargers and 2 fish. Sounds scriptural. All right, let's see the results on this one. 354 votes cast. All right, look at there. So a strong showing from Maundy Thursday. In the early polling, that was not as good. So the polls were off ahead of the vote. But Easter Vigil and Easter Day coming in strong. Mm-hmm. Oh, Canon Lash making jokes so bad she turned her mic off, and you should be thankful. Mom jokes all day. All right, another vote. We're really about to wrap this up. Just want to make sure everybody's comfortable. So, what has brought you joy this week? Now, this is different. This is where you can type in any word that you want. On the computer side, it's working on a word cloud. The more people who type that word, the better. And so if not everybody, but some of us decide to type the word Jesus so we can see that the word cloud's working at making some bigger than others. Does that make sense? So sort it amongst yourselves. We need to not all have typed the name Jesus, but yeah. And so you can see, now we've got that established. So if you want to add, if people could put some other words. What was it? Shrimp. Shrimp is providing joy. That's good. Halleck is providing joy. Lydia Martin, that is excellent for you to put the Reverend Halleck Martin on the screen. That is wonderful. Halleck, so glad you are sparking joy in the life of your wife. The Braves are a little lower than you would think. Sissy Bowden's doing well. The Reverend Joe Bowden coming in.
Tom.
Yes.
Tom.
All right, so we see how that works. Everybody feeling a little more comfortable with the system now?
Thank you all so much.
We'll come back to it for voting later, but we really just wanted to be able to kind of get a little bit of sense of we know what we're doing here. We've built the skill. Thank you for your patience with that. One of the canonical responsibilities I have in convention is there are some required announcements that are partly about who's newly in the room with us. Since our last convention, I have ordained 2 persons. The Reverend Susan Gage, I ordered as a deacon. My intention, and I already have the approval of the standing committee for this. Yes, please, Susan Gage. Please stand. She will be ordained to the priesthood in January. She is currently serving both at Christ the King and at St. Barnabas in Valdosta. Go Valdosta, yes. The Reverend Victor Moreno, who is an associate at the Collegiate Church of St. Paul the Apostle in Savannah, ordained to the priesthood. And then, while I did not ordain her, the Reverend Rainey Neisler is now serving in the Diocese of Alabama. And I asked the bishop there, the Right Reverend Glenda Curry, that is the other Bishop Curry we have. We have two now. And Bishop Glenda Curry ordained her on my behalf, but it was my joy to go be there with them in Huntsville that evening to preach that service and to be with my colleague in the House of Bishops, Bishop Glenda Curry, and to take part in that liturgy. Those are the ordinations since last we met. We've also had some clergy arrive in the diocese newly and become canonically resident in the diocese, and some others who have been here for a while, and we have now also added them to our rolls. In recent years, it's been more common for us to give away more clergy than we receive. We were stingy in the past year, and we have received 10 new clergy into the Diocese of Georgia while 2 moved away. Those are the Reverends Karen Barfield, who's at St. Patrick's in Pooler, Bill Barton, who is serving at St. Andrew's and St. Cyprian's in Darien. He had been there a while, but it's clear that Bill is here to stay, and we're thankful for that. Eric Biddy is now the rector at St. Paul's in Augusta. Tim Berger is newly with us from the Diocese of Western Massachusetts. Steve Clifton has returned home to the Diocese of Georgia, as has his wife, Sonia Sullivan Clifton. The Reverend Katie Noel Lennon, already serving for some time at Christ Church Frederica, is now a priest of this diocese. Cal Mackey, who grew up in Dublin, Georgia, but came into the Episcopal Church as a clergy person through the Episcopal Church Center in Athens, was ordained in the Diocese of Atlanta, is now in the Diocese of Georgia at Christ Church Dublin. Marcia McCrae, who had spent a time away in East Carolina, is now back and in Valdosta. And finally, the Reverend David Wantlin is serving at St. Peter's, Savannah. I would like to call on the Very Reverend Billy Alford, who's standing in a microphone on behalf of himself and the Reverend Tom Purdy, to speak to 2 of these.
Right, Reverend Sir Billy Alford, Dean of the Augusta Convocation. Father Purdy, I believe, is over with the Lynn County clergy.
He is this morning.
So the Reverends Bill Barton and Eric Biddy have become canonically resident in the Diocese of Georgia in the last month. Father Barton has been serving as interim rector at St. Andrew's and St. Cyprian's Episcopal Churches in Darien since December 1st, 2020. And Father Biddy has been the rector of St. Paul's in Augusta since September 1st of this year. The canons state that one needs to be resident for 3 months before being able to vote at convention. So I move that they be granted the right to vote early. Thank you.
Is there a second? I see we have another dean at the microphone. Is there a second?
There is a second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. This has been our practice in the past. If we have priests who have moved, technically they need to have been resident for 3 months. Both of them have really been actively engaged in the diocese. The canon is really to make sure that somebody is here and knows what's going on before they're voting, but both of these priests are prepared to fully take part in the convention, but they need the leave of this convention to do that. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Welcome to Bill Barton and Eric Biddy. I'm to make you aware of new clergy calls. These have all been announced and from the field along the way. We're just going to put them up on the screen, and you can see the calls that have taken place with Thomas Barron, assisting priest at St. Augustine of Canterbury, Bill Barton, interim rector, Karen Barfield, as I named, at St. Patrick's Pooler, Eric Biddy, I named, the Reverend Ted Clarkson, now interim rector at Church of the Good Shepherd in Augusta. Steve Clifton is serving as a priest at St. Mary Magdalene in Louisville, and also interim priest in charge at Grace Church in Sandersville. Sonia Sullivan Clifton at Episcopal Day School. Leanne Colbreth had during the year served as interim priest in charge at St. Luke's Hawkinsville, for which we're grateful, and is now priest in charge of worship and pastoral care at St. John's and St. Mark's Albany. Reverend Craig Dolak, newly rector of St. Luke's Hawkinsville. My joy to be there with him on his first day recently. Susan Gage that we've already named her calls, Kyle Mackey already named. The Reverend Wallace Marsh is now priest in charge of St. Thomasville. That is by his letter of agreement. They are typically using the term rector for things in that town as they understand what that means, that he's really in charge. That's fine with me. There are the technicalities of the letter of agreement, and there's what people need to know to understand what's happening, so that's fine. Galen Maradi, interim rector at Christ the King Valdosta. The Reverend David Perkins is back in the diocese. He remained canonically resident. Interim rector at Christ Church Valdosta. At St. Peter's, the Reverend Kelly Steele became priest in charge, and David Wantland, as I announced, became assistant clergy. And the Reverend Charles Todd. It was a great honor. He had been there for a year when we had a celebration of new ministry for him at Trinity in Statesboro. And some retirements in the past year, Bert Derrick, Targersdowski, Dan Hall, George Muir, and Carlton Shuford. Not gone from ministry, but retiring and from routinely taking part in that way. And then a difficult year in that we've experienced more deaths than really in any year I served as canon to the ordinary. We'll be marking this evening. We have a sign-up sheet that's off to the side at the table between the two doors if you have additional people to name. But in the past year, the following priests died: the Reverend Ted Atwood, Chad Chaffee, Freeman Cross, Forrest Etheridge, William Littleton, the Right Reverend Henry I. Loudett Jr., Wanda Lucas, Richard McDonald, Stan White, and Ed Williams. Added to this were a number of key lay leaders over time, and it's been a heavy year, especially because we could not always mark those deaths in the way we'd like. So tonight we will, at Honey Creek, we'll be worshiping. By the way, rain or shine, we'll be worshiping. There's a tent, we'll be there. I'll talk about that later. In our worship, we will include a time of prayer for these, for the lay leaders that we've also been mourning, and others who you add to the register. Because it really is an important time as we are able to gather together in person, to also pray together in person for those that we have lost. So we're going to move on to the business of our session. And we're going to begin with constitutional and canonical changes. And I want to say just a word about what we're doing. This is, of course, a large package of changes. And it comes out of last winter. I asked Diocesan Council to form a task group to look at our diocesan constitution and canon since the last just full-on restructuring, moving it around, heavy revision took place in 1967. And then what happens is you make little changes and they don't all quite match up with each other. It's a quilt that wasn't all embroidered by the same workers. And this group has done some really hard work. Been very impressed with what they've done, not just going through our constitution and canons, but those of other dioceses and church-wide canons. And I'm thankful for the care they took in clarifying and cleaning up, and in some cases recommending new ways of doing the work with the diocese. Becky, if you'll come forward, and I invite Becky Cheatham to come forward as the chair of the Committee on Constitution and Canons. Becky has served in this role for 3 bishops. She began serving as the chair of the Committee on Constitution and Canons in 2008 for Bishop Loudett, served with Bishop Ben Hayes, and now serves here. And she requested time off for good behavior. And to prove that no sentence is a life sentence other than our Savior and Lord's commitment to us, Becky, after her duties at this convention, will be stepping down, and Laura Wheaton, who has served with her in the committee, will be taking that role. But for now, it is you, Becky, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Bishop. Good morning.
Morning.
The Committee on Constitution and Canons is charged with reviewing the diocesan constitution and canons and with making recommendations to Convention for changing those as appropriate. The committee has received and reviewed the proposed changes from the task group and brings them to the floor of the Convention as an official recommendation.
Thank you. And so what this means is it arrives here as if it had a motion and a second on the floor, because it comes to us from both the Diocesan Council and the Committee on Constitution and Canons. we had these presented in the convocation councils, and I really was pleased that so many people took part. We had more than 150 people take part in those initial meetings, and I'd like to now call on the Reverend Nick Roosevelt, who chaired the task group, to present the proposed changes.
Good morning, Right Reverend Sir. Good morning, beloved. Thank you to Becky and her committee. For those of you who have your cup of coffee and haven't had your second cup yet, go ahead. Let's drink it down. We're getting ready to talk about canons, so.
It's always dangerous when the presenter says, feel free to move about the cabin.
Yeah, well, and I noticed the old thing, if you're waiting, don't wait, just grab a Snickers. So go ahead and enjoy that. Thank you, team, for putting those out. My name is Nick Roosevelt, and I have served as the rector of St. Patrick's in Albany for 4 years, and also it has been my great privilege to serve as your at-large representative on Diocesan Council these past 3 years. As Bishop Logue mentioned, this year in 2021, the Diocesan Council appointed a task force on Constitution and Canons, and it has been a thrill to chair this task force, partnering with Miss Pat Burrow, the Reverend David Limberg, Miss Nancy Moak, and Miss Cuffy Sullivan to undertake this work. Folks, they have all been tremendous assets to you, to this council, and to the diocese, and I'm really, really grateful to God for their energy, their time, and their gifts. And we're pleased to share with you the fruit of our labor. I'm mindful that for some of you, this will be like that Sunday in church where you get in your pew and you're kind of rushing in, and then you realize it's the story of the Good Samaritan, and you feel like you've heard it over and over and over again. So I know for some of you, this may be the third time that you've heard this presentation. Just keep drinking the coffee. Just keep drinking the coffee. My hope is, though, that the Holy Spirit will have something for us all to hear together, as long as it isn't one of the deans snoring at the table, okay? All right, so let's dive in. To do that, I would like to start by highlighting some of the background and goals that guided our work, as well as sharing some of the high-level impacts and some examples of how the canons currently appear and why we wanted to offer some changes. So it turns out when you take a deep dive into canonical language, you get to see the immense trust that this language and these words have for each and every one of you and your congregations as you carry out the mission and ministry of the gospel in this diocese, day by day, week in and week out, year in and year out. And it's just been a privilege to look at this language with that in mind, and how it might be possible that this review could further empower you all as we continue with Bishop Logue's episcopacy. Now, as the bishop said, it's a very rare opportunity for the diocese to take such a comprehensive look at our canons. In fact, we last did this in 1967, so it's been over 50 years since we've taken this level and comprehensive look and cleaned up our canons and organized them, updated them to empower our mission. As we do that, we've been mindful that the ministry of governance is largely a task of honoring an inherited past and also anticipating a yet foreseen future. And we're hoping that the balance we struck is just right for these proposals. Go ahead, Daniel. Out of the first diocesan council meeting of the year, the bishop appointed our task force, and we began in earnest in March of this year. We quickly began to identify some of our goals and how we would achieve these goals. As we spoke with the bishop, we identified 3 goals and had conversation amongst ourselves, and then we added, you can see where the asterisk is, a 4th value that sort of ended up being a goal as we looked at this again and again. And here are the goals. We wanted the canons to be clean, flexible, and clear. And then that 4th that arose was a theme of inclusion. We started our work, looking to the right side of your screen, with something we called an inside-out approach and an outside-in approach. We started from the inside with, well, what we already do and what we already have in terms of our governance, how we live into that governance now. and how the governance has empowered us for our mission and ministry. We engaged several stakeholders in conversations about their ministries and how the canons enumerated powers to them and served them, or in some cases, how it restricted or limited them. And then we also wanted to take a deep dive into how the current canons are structured and how things read and flow, because, as the bishop said, there have been many smaller amendments, other quilt workers over the years. Then, from the outside in, we started by looking at the canons of the Episcopal Church and consulting with those and other model peer dioceses who have undertaken the work of canonical revision sometime in the last 50 years, including, in one case, a diocese who is doing this same work this very same year. And we also wanted to learn not only from other dioceses, but other institutions, other nonprofits that have in many ways innovated and have kept track with some of the flexibility and the changes that have been needed in our fast-moving society. It's certainly not the case that the church needs to be at the forefront. In fact, we're quite conservative in our governance. And yet there were opportunities to learn from nonprofits to inform our own governance. So I wanted to talk through at a high level these impacts and then show you an example for each of these areas. I shared with you a goal to have clean canons. And what does that mean? Well, it means having words that appear in multiple places mean the same thing. It means unifying language where, for example, in some places we would talk about people having the right of suffrage, and other places we would talk about voting. And so we wanted to make that language consistent and clean and also contemporary. And as we did that, I told you we took a look at the structure, the entire structure, the layout and the flow, and we wanted to make things read more consistently and flow better throughout the document. So to give you an example of why this is important, some of this cleanup, you'll see here on your screen, in Canon 1 for parishes of the current canons, we have a Section 1, a Section 2, and a Section 6. And if you read down there in Section 6 at the bottom, you'll see highlighted a reference to Section 3. So, is this bad governance or poor intention or yet another alternate ending to the Gospel of Mark? No. These are the kinds of things, though, that can happen and accrue over years and years of well-meaning amendments. And so we took a look at something like that. We didn't really make a change at what this canon was saying, but we wanted to make the reference fit so that we could properly restore the numbering system. Flexibility. This one almost sells itself, right? How important has it been for us these past 18 months especially? I know all of us had been called to adapt or to change some of the assumed practices and ways we've carried out our ministry and witness during this time. And we wanted to bring the same sort of flexibility to our governance by focusing on things like subsidiarity, which is the principle that assumes, generally speaking, the best decisions tend to be made closest to their impact. We looked at the nature of our Constitution and canons. We looked at things that were in the Constitution, which takes 2 full years to change. So even at the beginning of this pandemic, if we had wanted to change something as it related to our Constitution, we wouldn't have been able to change it until now, and probably tomorrow. 18 months. So we wanted to really look at those things in our Constitution, those items in our canons, which can be changed by any convention. And then there are the other things that are left to policy, those things that can be changed by diocesan staff or in one of the several meetings of the year that happens for standing committee or diocesan council. And so we wanted to make sure that everything in our governance was in the right place so that it could empower us, and items that need to be updated more often than every couple years in some instances could be looked at. In doing that, we also wanted to take the print of the new proposed canons, what was on paper and in print, and make sure that that is aligning with what we're doing in practice. right? Especially some of the practices that have emerged during our last episcopate, as well as during Bishop Logue's episcopate. Bonus points if I get that right next time. We also think we found a better way to address vacancies that means that will fill the immediate need that we often need to do, but gives also more power back to our elected bodies. We'll look at that a little bit later on. So what's an example of flexibility? Well, one good example of this is the appeal process for our tithes. So when a parish is unable to make a tithe, in our current canons, they're asked by September 15th of a given year to appeal their tithe for the entire next year. Sometimes parishes are able to foresee challenges that have happened, or the challenges have been so big that they've been ready with an appeal. What we found on Diocesan Council is that churches can experience unexpected times when income is not always consistent, when giving is not always consistent. And sometimes we find that we're unable to pay the tithe outside of the regular annual appeal process. So our proposal allows the Diocesan Council to create a published procedure whereby at one of 3 or 4 meetings a year of Diocesan Council, we could consider appeal to the tithe. And this is an example of flexibility. Next slide. A third goal with the canons was to provide clarity. That sounds like an oxymoron, I guess. Canonical language can be quite tedious and have some legalese in it. But we did our best to bring clarity to this governance language for the practical effect in the diocese. We wanted to make clear some of the relationships of authority between the convention, the bishop, the interim bodies that meet between the convention, bodies like the Standing Committee and the Diocesan Council and more, as well as some of the commissions and the committees that we have in our diocese. We wanted to clarify the budget process. And this was a case of aligning our print to our practice. The legislative process. If you want to propose a resolution or propose an amendment to the canons, we want it to be clear on how you can do that. We produced in our earlier documentation that we shared a countdown to convention document, where if there's something that you want to do related to convention and the business of convention, you can find out when that's due and then go ahead and submit it on time. So one example of that is in our current canons. It's about our budget process, and it's referenced a couple of different times in our current canons. In one place, it's the Finance Committee that shall be responsible for developing and drafting the budget, for presenting it to council and the convention. And in another place, it says that that's what the bishop shall do with the Finance Committee, and then also that the bishop shall present it to convention. So we look forward to that presentation later, Bishop.
I was told there would be no numbers.
Okay.
And no math.
Let's see, where's the picture? Yeah. And so we wanted to find a way that best supports how our budget is currently developed and as it makes its way from development all the way through the convention. And because it's something financial, we locate that responsibility with the canonical office of the treasurer. And then the treasurer or the treasurer's designee or assistant treasurer can present the budget to us after it has gone through bodies like this one. So we wanted to keep the same checks and balances and the scrutiny of the budget as it comes through. We wanted to make it flow more consistent with our governance. As I said, a value that sort of emerged as a goal as we came to it again and again was around the topic of inclusion. What we wanted to do with inclusion was to remove some of the barriers of participation and expand opportunities for representation in different diocesan activities. One of them is modeled with what we did in our convocation councils. I'll talk more about that in a second. But some important things here. We want to bring parity to the reimbursement of expenses for convention for both lay and clerical delegates, right? We want to be able to expand diversity at Diocesan Council by having the members of council and the convocational elections be elected from different congregations, so that out of our 18 convocational representatives to Diocesan Council, they're coming from 18 different congregations. So sort of broadens out the perspective. We wanted to establish a new rotation for our deans to encourage new leadership and opportunity, possibility for new folks to serve in that role, as well as remove the requirement to pay the secretary of convention, which could allow a dedicated, skilled volunteer who really loves her or his church to serve the diocese into this role without the de facto limit we've had of having the position be a staff member. So I mentioned the example of the Convocational Council. What does that look like? Well, currently or recently, the Convocation Council has consisted of one cleric and one vestry member from each congregation. And what we're proposing is to expand the representation to include all of the members of the voting members of convention, both lay and clergy from all of the congregations, so that you all can take part in the ministry of the convocation leading up to convention and electing your representative to diocesan council, expanding the opportunity to participate together. A final word on efforts in governance at inclusion. It really, far beyond what we might ever put in words on paper, is our shared task to realize the vision of inclusion in God's kingdom, in God's dream. And so whatever we put on paper to try to help us with that, it's really, again, trusting you all in the day-to-day, in the year in and year out, to find ways to get the voices at convention that perhaps we didn't even know to ask in years past. Just want to keep impressing that importance for us. And not to say we can't do it better in print. We always can. So again, here are sort of an overview, a big snapshot of our proposed amendments. Again, our goals looking for cleaning up the canons. We want them to be flexible and meet our needs. I think somewhere in Scripture it says something about the canons were made for man and not the man for canons. I might be getting a word or two wrong there. But we're really trying to have them meet our operational and ministry needs. And we want to provide clarity around our governance as well as diocesan decision-making and further inclusion in our representation. To pull back for a second, then I want to show you this 30,000-foot scope of change. A lot of what you'll see that we're proposing is to move items from Constitution into canons, and some items in canons to move into policy and procedure. Again, moving things into place so that you all can take them and use them and update them and work with them on a more regular basis. So that could look kind of scary. Constitution articles, cutting that in half from 12 to 6. What does that look like? Well, I'm glad you asked. Thank you for asking. Let me drink a little more coffee here. Here on the left, you'll see the current state of our Constitution. On the right, you'll see the proposed state. What you see in green are those articles in our current Constitution that will remain in the proposed Constitution, in some cases being renumbered. And then in orange, you'll see how we preserve those items that are in our current Constitution that get moved in our proposal to either canon or to the rules of order, where they potentially could be updated or amended with the action of just one convention. And then in the blue, though, we'll take a look at this, a new constitutional article on authority, again trying to provide clarity. So I just want to give you a second to absorb this before we go to the next slide. Are the colors showing up decently enough on the screen? Is that okay? Great. So there's one blue one there. It's a new article of the Constitution. So I wanted to take a look and pull the text of that up. Take a look at that. So this new proposed Article 2 of authority, it says some things that probably a seasoned Episcopalian, the vast majority of the people in this room, might already know or have some clarity about from your formation as a confirmed Episcopalian. But also here are opportunities for us to clarify for anyone who's newer to our church tradition that are ready to serve at a governance level. In other words, they've had a lot of experience perhaps serving on the board of a nonprofit. They're they're really an excellent and skilled partner and potential partner for ministry, but they may be newer to the Episcopal Church. So they want to see our bylaws. They want to see what it is that we do and how we do it. We wanted to make this sort of central and clear right up front in our Constitution about our authority and how we make decisions together. We wanted to clarify this, and we took this example. It was one that we saw in a few other dioceses, and we appreciated putting it right up front. All right, I wanted to walk now through some of the substantive changes, because while the vast majority of the changes that we're proposing are simply moving items and text from one part of the Constitution and canons to another part, not really changing much of the substance of that, there are some substantive changes that we're proposing. One of them cues us up for why inclusion was important for us. I mentioned earlier removing the requirement to pay the secretary, having parity for reimbursing the convention expenses for all voting delegates, so that the congregations are responsible for covering the costs. And a note on that, we're going to let you figure out how to do that. One of my delegates this year to convention, 2 years ago, couldn't come to convention, but wanted to make sure that finances weren't a barrier for anyone to come to convention. And so she offered to make a gift to support the congregation so that anyone could come to convention and have finances not be a barrier. So we're going to let you all figure out how to accomplish that, but we don't want that to be a barrier for anybody. We know that we've established a 3-year term for deans, as well as expanding the representation, or we're proposing to establish, I should say, expanding the representation of congregational council, and again, requiring persons on the diocesan council from convocations to be elected from different congregations. So all of these changes support our value of increased participation and inclusion in our church governance. We also propose not so much of a change, but certainly a way of codifying almost a clear timeline and due dates across the rules of orders and the canons as we head into convention. So again, if you want to take part in the business of convention, there's a little bit of a roadmap that you can follow to try to achieve your purposes. We also want to set some uniform terms of office for most of the roles at the committee and the commission level, and clarify the role of convention, you all, as the legislative body or the electing body. So you'll see on the right that in most roles that are elected will serve a 1-year term, and exceptions to that are the higher you go up in governance in the diocese, the longer the term as a sort of a tendency. So for example, the standing committee retains a 4-year term. The diocesan council retains a 3-year term. But many other commissions and committees throughout the diocese will be elected on an annual basis. And instead of folks being appointed to those, it will be the privilege of the presiding officer to nominate those persons, but it will be the convention that confirms those persons by election. So each year you might see a slate, and the convention will take action to vote and elect those persons. And if for some reason there's a person that the convention doesn't want to serve, the presiding officer gets to nominate somebody else. We took a look at vacancies, and we wanted to make sure the contingencies were in place to address vacancies when they occur. So what we wanted to do was allow the diocese to address vacancies immediately, but then generally return the role of filling the remainder of a longer term back to the body that elected the person initially. So for example, this past year we've had a vacancy on the standing committee, and under the current canons, it's the standing committee that replaces and fills the vacancy for the remainder of the term. What we would propose is that the standing committee can immediately fill that vacancy, but at the next convention, you all, as a convention, would elect who gets to fill the remainder of that term. Because imagine in some cases, God forbid, if you were elected and a couple months later you couldn't serve. Right now, the standing committee would essentially elect somebody from just that smaller group of people to serve almost an entire term on the standing committee. So, speaking of standing committee, we wanted to bring that practice that if you serve more than 2 years, more than half of a term on the standing committee, then you would need to rotate off the standing committee for 1 year before being appointed to, elected, or being eligible for election to another term. All right, so we want to take the logic of our elections and keep that with the electing bodies. Next slide. Diocesan Council would create a procedure, I mentioned this earlier, where we could consider appeals at more than just the one annual meeting without having to completely suspend or ignore what our current policy says. This is something Diocesan Council wants to do. We want to be more responsive to the real life, the reality of how it is to be a parish or a congregation and to experience unexpected changes. We're mindful that this procedure will need to work with the diocese because we do make our budget based on our tithe commitments, but we also wanted to have more flexibility. Future bishop elections in the Constitution and canons will require a vote by order. That is standard procedure. But instead of spelling out the procedure in canonical language, it would become published policy. And in our last bishop election, we had a clear outcome, an overwhelming election on the first ballot. And while we hope the Holy Spirit moves in us so clearly, 30 years from now, when we elect our next bishop, we are proposing to move the procedure for electing a bishop to the standing committee, which already oversees the transition for bishops in the diocese, and to develop a policy and procedure for the election of a bishop. So where are we? Well, we're here in the 2021 convention. Tomorrow, our proposed canons will be moved for passage on the first reading. Remember, it takes 2 readings of the Constitution to make a change to that text. So we'll have the first vote of the proposed Constitution and canons, and together the resolution will allow for the provisional passage of the proposed canonical changes. Between this convention and for this convention and the next convention, our current canons are still in effect. They're still the law of the land. And there's really a whole year, an opportunity for you to review our review, right? For you to come back and check on what we've done and bring your own amendments, your own perfections, your own improvements to propose. I understand we have some pre-filed amendments to consider tomorrow, which is wonderful, right? These canons really do belong to you, and they are intended to help you serve Jesus. So if it is the Lord's will and the will of convention to approve the second vote of the proposed Constitution at Convention 2022, then those canons that were provisional, that we've passed this year, would take effect. And then again, at any point at that convention or any future convention, those canons can be further amended by regular order. So we're sort of in a 2-year process that it takes to propose these changes. So with that, I want to thank God. I guess I want to thank our patron saint, top shelf Richard Hooker, for the capacity and energy and love of, thanks Tom, love for our diocese that was...
That's a reference to last night's sermon, if you weren't there for that.
Yeah, Dean Purdy assigned us a patron saint. Thank you. But this love for our diocese in this canon crew, that just showed up in our ministry, our conversations with you again and again. I want to thank the canon crew, some of whom are here today, and Pat, I think, is at home, for their tremendous ministry. David's still drinking his coffee. Yeah. Third cup. I want to thank Bishop Logue and the council for their support, for the stakeholders we spoke with, and finally to thank you for giving us the opportunity to remind you how much these words and this language and our proposal trusts and empowers and counts on you in the ministry and witness of Jesus Christ in South Georgia. So I have no idea how we did on time, but
you're right there.
Okay.
Thank you, Nick.
Sure.
I'm gonna talk about the overall process then, but thank you very much for that presentation. It's very helpful. We'll have some time this afternoon for some other. So let me just tell you where we are with this. 11 years ago, I brought a practice that I had first learned as the president of a local habitat and training for Habitat for Humanity, to really, unless it's an emergency, to not present something, debate and decide it all in that one meeting, right? To be able to allow some space for things to happen. So what we've done, and this is a best practice for vestries and other groups, is to just If it's not an emergency, take a little bit of time. So here's what we're doing. We had the convocational councils with about 150 people taking a look. Then we opened the floor for anyone to put in any amendments they saw. Those have come in. This afternoon, we will come back to this. People who already know they have an amendment they would like to make will be able to name those, but we won't be acting on them. It's just so we also see those as part of our work. There'll be some time for questions related to it today. And then, sort of let it sit overnight and percolate and just let it be. And that's what we do with everything other than our votes for office for convention, because those go out in advance. You've had time to consider them and look at it. And so what our experience has been in some previous conventions, we've faced some difficult matters and had a shift from Friday to Saturday as somebody has a good idea, talks to some other people, or just gets at peace with what's happening, has a chance to read it. So where we are is that's been explained. Come back this afternoon if there's any questions that are about understanding what's before us. We'll have any amendments. There's a few that people have said in advance they would like to make. The form, and we'll share that this afternoon, is still open for that. We'll talk about what this means, but it's also that we can do it decently, in good order, not rushed. Okay, so that's where we are right now. Just so you know, we're moving to the Treasurer's Report, Audit, and Financials, and we are working toward a break. If you're worried about that, we anticipate a break within 30 minutes. Okay, that's where we are on our day. So it's now time to hear our Treasurer's Report on the 2020 audit, financial operations. Since Canon Katie Easterlin is not here, Canon Lauren Lash will handle this. Canon Lash, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Bishop Logue. Our required annual audit demonstrates our financial position and lays the foundation for planning future budgets. Our diocesan treasurer will provide some brief highlights of the diocesan and Honey Creek joint audit and the Board of the Corporation audit for the fiscal year 2020. I have the pleasure to introduce our diocesan treasurer, Beth Robinson. Beth serves as the Associate Director of Administration for the Georgia Historical Society in Savannah, Georgia. We are so thankful for her support and insight as we navigated a challenging 2020 and a challenging 2021, now in the midst of COVID-19. As a reminder, much of the audit information can be found in your convention book, either right in front of you in paper or online at home. And our quarterly financials are always available on our website. So, Treasurer, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and thank you, Lauren, for stepping in for Katie. I appreciate that. As Lauren indicated, I will be presenting the consolidated financial statements for the fiscal year 2020. And as you know, the diocese is responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of financial statements in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted. And that includes the design, the implementation, and the maintenance of internal controls. Our auditors, and help me because I always stumble over their names, Holland, Bromley, Barnhill, and Brett.
That's right.
Conducted the audit in June of 2021 and presented an unmodified audit opinion at the Finance Committee meeting.
If I could just interject,
Sure.
Just one thing, thank you.
Absolutely.
We have a 4-person team on our diocesan staff led by Canon Katie Easterlin, who all have roles that are critical to a clean audit. And I think that's worth lifting up. We don't always see that because we multitask on diocesan staff, and so you may see a job title and be unaware of part of what the person does. So for example, Ms. Maggie Lyons is my executive assistant, handles my schedule and correspondence, and she also handles accounts receivable. It's not a change in practice. Vicki Schuster did that before her. It's just a way we divide up roles so that we have proper controls in place. And Mr. Daniel Garrick, our assistant administrator, has other duties related to administration, related to benefits and budget and things. But in addition, he's handling accounts payable. So you're getting those controls in place. And then Dave Brantley oversees financial operations for Honey Creek, which is part of the books of the Diocese of Georgia. It is one nonprofit corporation. They are a different profit center for us, or a different operations center for us. And then I oversee this work through monthly financial reports, getting those, looking at those. Also to have access to the bank accounts, just to be able to look in and take a look. Is everything what it ought to be? What are we seeing coming and going? Does that match things? But that 4-person group of Canon Katie Easterlin, Dave Brantley at Honey Creek, Daniel Garrick, and Maggie Lyons are all the reason why we have this clean audit. And I just want to lift that up to you.
Absolutely. The bishop makes an excellent point, and we appreciate, one of the things that I really appreciate is that when the finance committee meets, the bishop is there. And that really means that your bishop is understanding the importance of the role that committee plays and the importance of staying engaged with those activities. And so we are very appreciative of that. I'd really strongly recommend that you read the full audited statements and notes, and you can find the full audit report on the diocesan website. You also can find it on pages 32 through 34 in your booklet. So we provided in there the consolidated statements of the financial position for ease of reference. So that's right there in your book. So I just want to mention a few key highlights from the audit, and I think the first one is really an amazing accomplishment for your diocese, which is for the 4th year in a row, HBBB did not issue an internal controls letter for recommended changes to our financial management. And thank you. And you know, the bishop really spoke to the importance of the internal controls that are maintained in the diocesan office. I mean, it is a small staff, folks, and the ability that they are able to maintain those controls is worthy of our praise and thankfulness, because they do a great job, and that is reflected when we receive the audit results, is that we have been able to have a division of duties that allows us to have those internal controls. We also continue to improve the way that we manage the funds, and the diocese closed the books in the black. Yay, that's also a great thing. Honey Creek received financial support from the diocese through the financial aid of the Paycheck Protection Program, the PPE funds, and that helped them to balance operations in 2020. So I think it is all good news on the audit front, and again, that is much thanks to the staff at the diocese. In addition, within your books, you can find the tithe and assessment contributions from each of the congregations, and that's on pages 35 through 38. You know, audits serve as an important roadmap, and it allows us to look at our practices and what the financial future looks like. And it's important. I think it's good that the diocese presents the audit first, and this is good for us to do in anticipation as we look at the 2021 budget. So you know that we're in good, that we have a clean 2020, and then that allows us to say, okay, what are our plans for 2021? And as a reminder, those budgets have been developed keeping in mind both the mission work inside the diocese as well as outside the diocese, and balancing that against the anticipated revenues. And so they will be presented later today, and just know that those budgets have been endorsed by the Finance Committee as well as the Diocesan Council. So we look forward to Lauren presenting those as my designee later today.
Thank you, Beth.
Thank you very much. Please, if you have any questions, I would encourage you to reach out to me. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you, Bishop.
One more thing and then a break. And we'll have 3 awards that are presented during the convention. During this convention, there will be the Deacons Award, which is up first, that honors a layperson with exceptional service to their community. Then there will be a Dean's Award honoring a layperson for exceptional service to their congregation. And finally, a Bishop's Award honoring a layperson for exceptional service to the Diocese of Georgia. I now call on our Archdeacon, the Venerable Yvette Owens, to present the award on behalf of the deacons of the diocese.
Thank you, Bishop. Sherry Hatch has been a longtime leader of the outreach program for the St. Luke's Episcopal Church in Hawkinsville, Georgia. Before the COVID-19, she was a frequent visitor at the local nursing home, bringing joy and smiles to the residents of their 3 homes. As the restrictions with COVID increased, she is returning to the nursing home. She was instrumental in helping set up worship service at one of the homes that would take place weekly. One of her most recent endeavors has been working in the local community to set up blessing boxes. There are currently 4 blessing boxes in Hawkinsville. These boxes, like they take a book and leave a book. But the twist is that with these boxes, they sponsored by a group of a local church, civic club, etc. They help to keep the box full of non-perishable foods and toiletries for those in need to come and get as they need. On behalf of the deacons of the diocese, I am delighted to present the Deacons Award to Ms. Sherry Hatch.
Sherry, if you'll come forward. Is she here? I thought she'd be here, sorry. And yeah, there we go. Deacon Jim Strickland will receive it on her behalf, and it will be given to her in worship service at St. Luke's in Hawkinsville. Deacon Jim Strickland gets the Hair Grew the Longest award for the pandemic. For those who know, he had basically a buzz cut when we entered the pandemic. And it looks great. All right, we're now to a break. We're gonna break from now until 10:45. That's 21 minutes. Enjoy the break, come back, and we will continue with the first ballot for elections and the bishop's address. Do we have the thing done?
internet so many times to see if there should be an S or not on the thing, but either one, I'll believe you.
The thing is, I received a master's in divinity from Virginia Seminary, master's in divinity. Jessica got a master of divinity from Harvard.
Oh, that's so interesting. So I
Now,
guess
they are
it's either.
both MDiv.
Yes.
Weird.
That is
Where
weird.
you're getting an MPA.
Yes. You could just say getting her MPH at, and that's what I usually do.
It's fine.
It'll work. I'm good with anything. And I guess I'll just leave my computer right here.
Yes.
Is that okay?
Perfect.
Okay. Then I have everything up. We should be good.
Yep. The hour is coming and now is when we will call back to order. A couple of matters that have been inquired about I want to speak to. First, there was a budget question that I think I can easily go ahead and handle, and we don't need to come back to it because it's about prior year budget, not about the budget we're going to look at. And it was specifically related to, it was specifically related to PPP funds and the statement that PPP funds allowed us to keep the operations at Honey Creek open. At a practical level, we faced what many other businesses faced without additional funds, we would not have been able to keep everybody on staff, which is what the PPP funds were for. That would have certainly included Dade and Georgianne at Honey Creek, as there was no money coming in. What we did was we used all of the PPP funds toward payroll, but we just acknowledged when we look back at the year that the effect was that was how we were able to keep a budget balanced when we weren't having income at Honey Creek. So it's sort of, we absolutely used it for what it was for. It would have had that budget impact. When money was low at one point, it would have had an impact for us. But we're saying that, one, we used it for exactly what it was supposed to be used for. It did have the effect of keeping jobs. Beyond that, we just acknowledged that filled in a hole that otherwise would not have gotten filled in. Another thing, really, at a practical level, we've also learned something, which is when we have given funds to Honey Creek to keep them open when we're not using it, the funds ended up matching the funds that we would have spent on Happening, on New Beginnings, on Curcio and things. The truth is, in order to have a place to hold those events, we had to pay as if we were holding those events. At a practical level, it was kind of a wash. So the statement of PPP funds in Honey Creek was just to sort of acknowledge it had that effect, but the intent in applying and the use of the funds was toward payroll. So there's that. Ken, last, you also had a question related to the website that you wanted to address as we get ready.
I've had several people ask where they can find the proposed canonical changes that Father Roosevelt just gave his presentation about. So I'm going to just show you. They are on our diocesan website. So if you go to gaepiscopal.org, and then you scroll over to Convention 2021, you'll have a drop-down menu here. Go down to Proposed Canonical Changes, and then you just scroll all the way to the bottom. You can see a clean copy that has the proposed canons just as they are all together, ready to go. But then you can also look and see a strike-through copy, which has the old canons with everything crossed out that's changed, moved into the new canons. You can see sort of what some of the inner workings looked like. So if you want to see either of those, they're available at all times on our website, so you can take a look before we have more conversations about them and get to a vote tomorrow.
We appreciated questions coming forward. If after a session has moved on, you find you have something that you're wondering about, don't hesitate to ask so we can bring it forward. We're going to move to our first ballot on diocesan elections. I call upon our nominations chair for the second year in a row working in that role, Kate Templeton, a member of St. Peter's in Savannah, takes part in the campus ministry at the University of Georgia, go Dogs, where she is in the Masters of Public Health program and will be graduating this year, good Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. Okay, come on up, Kate.
So this year, as you already saw, we will be conducting our ballots using the online resource Poll Everywhere. You can vote using the instructions we worked on earlier. We encourage you to vote by text if possible, but if you have T-Mobile or if your phone otherwise cannot text, you will need to connect to the Convention Center's guest Wi-Fi and visit the website pollev.com/edioga and follow the instructions there, and this should all be on the screen now.
And Kate, just one moment.
Not yet.
We don't have, the vote is not live yet, so if you sign in right now and you don't see the vote, it's not live yet. We're going to go through what each of the votes will be, and then we will launch the vote. And then you'll see it on the screen when it's time to actually do your voting.
Okay, thank you.
You will be voting for people to fill the following positions. For the board of the officers of the corporation, you will be voting for one layperson. For the church disciplinary board, you will be voting for 3 clergy and 2 lay people. For diocesan council, you will be voting for one layperson or clergy. For the standing committee, you will be voting for one layperson and one priest. And for the trustee of the University of the South, you will be voting for one layperson. Before we begin voting, are there any additional nominations from the floor? Please come to the mic.
Seeing none, the floor is now closed for nominations.
For the votes for church disciplinary board and for standing committee, these will be two separate votes because we're voting for 3 clergy persons and 2 lay persons. So the clergy person vote will come up first, then the lay person vote will come up, and then the same will go for standing committee. You're voting for 1 clergy person and 1 lay person, so the clergy vote will be first, the lay vote will be second. And here again are the voting instructions for you to look at just one more time before we launch the vote. And they will be at the top of every vote again, like last time.
And if you're logged in, you're already logged in. If you did not type in leave, you're still in.
Please don't leave. We would be less without you.
That's true.
We will vote for each position one at a time. If you have any technical difficulties, please raise your hand and someone will come to your aid.
So when you type A, your vote selection will note the person you voted for. We're watching the results come in to see that we're getting the number we need.
And the voting graphic, if you need to look at it one more time, the kind of cheat sheet is on page 9 of your convention book.
And again, we request that only the clergy who are all voting delegates, together with the delegates selected by their congregations, vote. If it happens that someone who is not in one of those positions votes, we have, Daniel Garrick, sit up late at night encoding the information so that we will be acknowledging valid votes by the information you provided to us. Sorry, I can do that better. All right, the vote seems stable, right? Yeah, okay. We are about to close the vote. Okay, let's see the results.
Does anyone need more time to cast their ballots?
Okay. Uncontested. Okay. Oh, that's right. We'll show the results later. That's right. We'll do, in the break, they're going to do a quick audit to confirm that it worked and that we're not seeing any non-voters in the voting list. That's right. So we will move on to the next vote.
Please vote for up to 3 clergy people for the church disciplinary board.
Comma between the letters.
They need to vote for 3. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
3 places and don't put a comma.
So, for example, if you want to affirm all 3 of the nominees, A, comma, B, comma, C.
Or you can do 3 separate texts.
And they will both be, each will be acknowledged.
You must make 3 choices in order for your vote to be tallied.
Does anyone need more time to cast their ballot?
Okay.
I have a delegate that is getting a response back that's saying it's not open.
We'll take a look. It is still open. We can see some votes still coming in. It's stabilized now. Well, no, 2 more votes just came in. Thank you for your patience with this. Anybody else need assistance with the vote? Okay. All right.
Ready for the next
Yeah.
one?
Okay. Joshua, there's another on the other side. We're going to attend to this, especially because the next ballot we cast will not be affirming all the choices. There will be a selection made. We want to make sure everybody has the voting system working correctly before we get to.
And we have seen that autocorrect does not understand EDIOGA, and so it's trying to make it difficult for you. So please make sure you see what it says before you hit submit.
Okay, everybody feeling good about the voting system, how it's working for you? No, I get it. Just checking the rest of the room while we have time. Nothing to rush about here. The elections matter, and we want to be able to get this right. The issues that we're running into all relate to the phone not taking in EDIOGA, changing it somehow. That's the issue that we have. So. Okay. I think Liz is still working with one. And especially important as we're about to move to some that are contested, want to make sure we have it working right. Looks like it's okay. Yeah. Liz, are we okay? All right.
Okay, we're ready to move on to the next ballot. Okay. For this one, you will vote for up to 2 lay people for the church disciplinary board.
And Ms. Mitzi McCoy was a late submission, so she is not in the convention book. If you want to take a quick moment to look at her information, she is on the diocesan website. Again, Ms. Mitzi McCoy was a late addition, so she is not in the book. If you would like to go look at her information, it is up on the website, just like I showed you before, gaepiscopal.org. Go over to the right corner for convention, and you'll be able to see the nominations.
Just so you know, we're watching the count and can see it still coming in and just keeping up with. You want to ask Kate if it?
Sure. Does anyone need additional time to submit their vote?
Mm-hmm.
Are we good?
Okay, 2 more went in. Okay, we've had 4 more votes cast. So.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, stable.
Ask again.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone need more time to cast their ballot? Okay, we will be moving on to the next. For this vote for Diocesan Council, you'll only be voting for one person. Does anyone need more time to cast their ballot? Okay, we'll be moving on to the next. For this vote for standing committee, you will again only vote for one person.
Canon Kitty Easterlin kindly texted me from home that says, when you whisper to Lauren, those of us at home can still hear you. Welcome, everybody. Glad you could join us online. For the record, I said nothing awkward.
But we're so grateful that Katie is keeping us in line while her foot is up and she's taking care of herself. Everyone say hi, Katie. Feel better.
Does anyone need more time to cast their ballot? All right, we'll move on to the next vote. For this vote, again, you will only vote for one person.
Anytime when that number gets to 180.
Okay, I can't see. Okay, I didn't know where to look, but good. Does anyone need additional time to cast their ballot? Okay. And for this vote for the trustee of the University of the South, you will again only vote for one person. Does anyone need more time to cast your ballot?
Is the Collegiate Church of St. Paul the Apostle having an unusual experience over here? There's a lot of laughter coming from the voting area. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. And that's the end of the first round of voting. Thank you.
Next on the agenda is my bishop's address, and I have a little music video of diocesan ensemble singing as a lead into that.
Be thou my vision, Lord of my heart. All else need not to receive the power. Thou wonders taught by day or by night.
Beloved in Christ, I am overjoyed to be here together with so many of us in the room. I was ordained your bishop 1 year, 5 months, 7 days, and an hour ago. I have longed for just such a time and to see more of than just your smiling eyes. So tonight at Honey Creek, we'll be outdoors, take mask off. Here's the thing you need to know about tonight. We have a tent. We will be worshiping there, rain or shine. There will be a meal following either way. So please come and join us at Honey Creek. It's a wonderful time to get together. We all may need FaceTime to varying degrees, some more than others, but all of us need it and have longed for it. And just glad to get more than 200 of us together in the room. My charge by the canons of the Episcopal Church is to present the state of the diocese and something of what I have been doing in the past year. Since we last met for our online convention, well, I already noted this. We've had a lot of time to need to mourn. There have been some key lay leaders, some clergy who have died that in the past 20 years I've not seen a year like that, and our usual rituals of grief have had to be postponed. We will have a funeral burial office in Savannah and then inter ashes in Valdosta for Bishop Henry Laudit in the last week of this year. That allows his family to gather, many of whom are in school or teaching school, and will allow for that. But that's not alone. I buried the Reverend Richard McDonald months after he had died and needing to put that off, and it's been hard. So tonight we will be praying for those folks, knowing that they are in the joy of the Lord, and yet we grieve. It is our faith in Jesus Christ that has bound this diocese together for 198 years and continues to be what draws us together. With the pressure of trying to return to some normalcy, while at the same time mitigating risk of the spread of SARS-CoV-2 that causes COVID-19, it seems at times tempers are shorter, angry responses seem a little easier to come to. And look, I'm just talking about myself. Not judging nobody. But we have here in Glenn County an example of being able to come together in what can be such a divisive time. The clergy of the Diocese of Georgia here in Glenn County, 9 priests at 5 congregations, have been a key part of an interfaith group, a diverse group of leaders in Glenn County that have been building relationships to address the challenges that are faced, particularly working to overcome historic racial tensions. And just this morning, our clergy were gathered at the Glenn County Courthouse together with their peers to continue to call for prayer, calmness, and let's pray for the jury, for the judge, for the bereaved, and for the accused. So that's where we are. And they've been providing a witness that I think matters so much, because we know that the eyes of the nation are watching the trial for those accused of killing Ahmaud Arbery, whose death, recorded on video, ended up soon getting national and international attention rightly. It's followed by the deaths of Breonna Taylor and George Floyd, and there were protests around the country calling for a racial reckoning in response to ongoing anti-black violence. But truthfully, one of the main issues we face is that someone will say an incident occurred because of racism, others would say it isn't racism, and just our inability to even agree what we have seen together makes it hard. But we can take the next steps together. Through a grant from the Episcopal Church, the Diocese of Georgia contributed significantly to the work happening here in Glenn County. They had a facilitator they wanted to work with who was working with the school system already to help them speak as one voice, as a non-anxious presence. And I really have been very appreciative of that. Their calls for peace and unity as the jury got impaneled. I was pleased one morning to hear Deacon Willetta McGowan speaking on NPR and speaking really for all of us and calling for just that sort of calm prayer and trust. But this is really just part of the work that's going on. We have a group started by Bishop Penhays, newly empowered by me, that has named itself Racial Justice Georgia, that is leading our racial healing ministries. They will present later today. I support them in their work in assisting us in becoming beloved community, is how we in the body of Christ live that out in our own unique settings. The same grant from the Episcopal Church has helped me get the Reverend Guillermo Arboleda to do some work with us in education and advocacy, particularly in educating clergy and lay leaders into how to engage helpfully and constructively with law enforcement officers who we all need while contending with too many things on their plate, really. I was raised sensitive to people naming something as an issue of race, convinced that people named that problem too readily. I was defensive. I didn't want to see my family as bad. And yet I have also come to see that it doesn't take an evil person to do an evil act. And it matters to do our own work within ourselves, and it matters to do something to change our communal life. Maya Angelou had a quote, and I've been searching for it. I found it on her own Twitter. Maybe that's where it originated. She said, look, do the best you can until you know better. And when you know better, do better. And now again, I'm just talking about myself. I've done the best I can in life. I've sometimes gotten it wrong. As I know better, I do better and hold myself accountable for myself. But this isn't new for the Diocese of Georgia. I mean, this is really what was happening in the 1960s when Albert Rhett Stewart worked his work toward integration across the institutions of the Diocese of Georgia. And our conviction is not based on any news cycle. Our conviction is based on the book of Genesis, where we are told that every person on this planet is created in the image and likeness of God. Our Book of Common Prayer and our baptismal covenant calls us to strive for justice and peace among all people, respecting the dignity of every human being. This is deeply faith work. Now, this pandemic has stretched on longer than I imagined possible on March 13th, 2020. On that day, Bishop Scott Penhays suspended gathering in person for worship for the next 14 days in the congregations of the diocese. Spoiler alert, it took longer than 2 weeks. So Victoria and I did what we could. We began traveling around the diocese to record worship, starting with worship that we filmed. We offered some Pentecost Sunday, the day after my ordination and consecration. We ended up offering worship from 58 congregations of the Diocese of Georgia in pandemic. That work began Pentecost 2020, ended Pentecost 2021. Victoria and I were the entire film crew. Some people looked to wonder who else was going to show up. Toward the end of the process, a typical pattern was that we would go to record worship in 2 locations on the same day, one in the morning, one in the afternoon, come back and drop the files off to our communications manager, Liz Williams, who would begin assembling the video, working with Canon Joshua Varner, who oversaw the music for online worship, which included, I should say, what we called the Schola Cantorum. That was the 4-person quartet from the diocesan staff. And they did that really beyond their work days for Christmas at Honey Creek. They went down, spent the night, having worked all day for the diocese, working late into the night to be able to put that worship together. And we saw our diocese come together in a way that I think really mattered. And beyond that, I got to say, I am deeply grateful to Victoria, the hardest working roadie in the Episcopal Church. To say I could not have done it without her is putting it mildly. To say I could do it slightly more grounded and humble, I mean, better than I would have been. She was a patient partner in that. Sometimes we needed to do things again. I like when something went wrong and we had to go back to Hinesville again to do the whole thing. But this last year has also offered windows of opportunity for in-person worship and fellowship. And as vaccinations have permitted more in-person worship and events, I've been watching you guys, and you're amazing. backyard Eucharist and Mass on the grass in the beginning, liturgies under a tent, moving back indoors with restrictions. And while we have had a few incidents of congregational spread, they've been very rare where someone later found out they had COVID-19 and someone sitting near them got it. Those were almost non-existent, and we had no super spreader events at a time where that was not true everywhere. I do realize our guide. I do realize that's been hard, and I just need to acknowledge the difficulty of that even while seeing that. And so the work of the diocese, though, really has continued in some other ways that have been beyond your work. For example, at the diocesan level, Canon Joshua Varner did, I think, a really exemplary job in a window that we had in the summer of creating family camp sessions that were intergenerational. They had a taste of summer camp all in a weekend, and we saw some lovely ways that came together with parents, grandparents, godparents all together in a way that doesn't always happen for camp. And then we've had some times where we've been able to, recently we had a clergy conference with 55 deacons and priests gathered on the grounds at Honey Creek for that conference, mitigating the risks in the way we needed to, but gave us real important time together. But the work of the diocese is primarily the worship and work and service of our congregations. And as your bishop, my staff and I primarily spend our days to support our congregations. Canon Katie Easterlin has been on the road a little bit more this year than typical, with some unusual cases where her expertise was needed. Canon Lauren Lash has been really across the diocese more than we anticipated during that time, with in-person meetings, with vestries, with search committees, with individuals, as well as in leading worship in places, going through transitions, just a lot of time that way. But, you know, in speaking to the state of the Diocese of Georgia, we know that the ways we worship and serve Jesus are in our congregations. And while we did the best we could, when sheltering in place began, we were really fearful in some ways about what it would mean for our finances, what it would mean for our attendance and long-term health. And truthfully, we're not back to attendance when we look at our Sunday worship. I can say financially that 2/3 of our churches are doing about the same or maybe a little less than they were pre-pandemic, often with, you know, the sort of plate offering down and pledges doing well as typical. But what that means is 1/3 of our congregations have been hit. And sometimes when you get a hit, you're really already right at the waterline, and that loss of money is significant. And while we're doing pretty well, the body of Christ is built so that we bear one another's burdens as well as share one another's joys. And if not everybody's doing well, then we're not doing well. And so as bishop, my staff and I used the tools that were available to us to assist congregations on the edge. And that was a few things. The church pension group allowed a diocese to put forward a small number of clergy whose congregations were having trouble paying the pension assessments. And we could get relief for up to 4 months where no payment and you would still get accrue the same benefits. And we had to use that carefully based on what we were seeing in parochial reports, based on what we were seeing in talking to clergy and their lay leaders. And we applied for and got that relief for churches. In addition, the Episcopal Church, their travel expenses were down, their money was a little bit up, and they distributed $40,000 to each diocese to assist the diocese in balancing its budget, but we were fine. And what we decided to do instead, talking with diocesan council, was set up a grants process, and 20 congregations received small grants from that money for the diocese that went out to congregations in amounts of about $1,500 to $3,000. Not much, but some creative projects people had in mind and some real needs that even that amount would help. And beyond that, the diocesan council looked at appeals to assessment. Usually these are places where the income is dropped so that the average of 3 years would have you paying actually more than 12% of your current income. And that's really not what we intend. It's intended to be a conservative figure. So council looked at that and granted some additional appeals. We already had some congregations under appeal. There's not a lot we can do. We don't have deep coffers, but really it comes back again to sharing one another's burdens, bearing with them when that happens. And even with the constraints of pandemic, we've been doing some of the work we said we would do. I've looked back when I was in the process of the election. I had named some things I thought needed attention, and one of those things is before us now, a significant review of the canons that we are working on. And then another is that we're looking at a significant look at our ordination process. So from the beginning of a person talking to their priest about a possible call to holy orders, all the way through 2 years of ministry, including how they're formed for the diaconate or the priesthood. Everything's on the table, and we're looking at that, and that review is going very well. Some other things that are just getting off the ground. The Reverend Jim said has agreed to chair a task group to take a fresh look at our companion diocese relationship. That's been so fruitful for us for so long. A relationship first with Guyana, another relationship with Belize, and then now with the Diocese of Dominican Republic. We're discerning anew what it means to be companions in ministry together and to look at that. I've also will be naming the canons. This is part of the canonical work. The canons call on some groups to be affirmed by convention, some by council, whatever. The council has sole confirmation of a commission on worship that's called for in our canons and does not exist. And at the first meeting in the coming year, whose number I don't remember because I always forget what year it is, I will be appointing a commission on worship, particularly because the General Convention is looking at worship, and they want us to report to them what we're doing in the Diocese of Georgia, to hear back from them, and that group will be tasked with that, as well as what else is in our canons. But there was something that happened in the run-up to this convention that I want to share with you. It took my breath away. We'd been talking about when was the last significant review of canons. I remembered that, because I'm a nerd like that it was sometime in the late 60s, but I went looking through the journals of convention. And I found something in a 1968 report that, well, it described a different diocese than the one that I've known. The convention met in 1968 at St. Paul's Church in Albany, Georgia, and they received a 2-year study that had been done of the life of the Diocese of Georgia, and it said this as a preamble: "We are operating on the principle of a loose, very loose, much of the time, confederation of 23 separate, independent parish congregations, plus 39 separate mission congregations dependent on the bishop. There is little or no sense of kinship, of belonging to one another, much less to a wider fellowship. Cooperation between parishes or between parishes and missions, even in population centers, is almost non-existent." As I read that didn't sound like the Diocese of Georgia to me. And what's more interesting, it was 1968, and what I immediately thought of was 2018, where we had a convention that could not have been more different, because we reached a decision at that convention that was really all about togetherness. Now look, I know that you can attend a church in the Diocese of Georgia and not really be familiar with the diocese. That's fine. We may be how you graft into the Episcopal Church and the Anglican Communion. Every parishioner won't get that. But I don't know a really active lay leader, deacon or priest, who doesn't have a different sense of diocese than that. And it didn't come by accident. It came by things like the Church Development Institute. It came by trainings that we've done together. It came by sitting at round tables together and talking at convention. It came by a lot of intentional actions that really gave us a real strength. Because when I look back on 2018, instead, we were looking at what do we do with the non-secured bond debt that we'd taken on in 2011. $1.25 million, and we had to pay it back. I mean, we issued bonds, and that was going to need to happen. And we were looking at various fundraising options, and then the idea of up to 2% for no more than 3 years, and that everybody would bear the burden together. And we had an all but unanimous, but a really strong consensus that this was ours. That we're one sense of operations. If Honey Creek has a debt, it is literally a debt of the diocese, in a sense that we got into this before Bishop Ben Hayes was ever bishop. Now here we sit with this. We need to figure out how to do it. And we decided to, well, bear the burden together to eliminate the debt. And I want to give you an update on that. We passed the halfway point. So it was a 3-year plan. And 3 years was for last year, this year, and next year. And at the 18-month mark, we were there where we had just a little bit more dollars than we thought we would at the halfway point. Now, part of that was because we had had people forgiving their bonds that reduced the debt. Part of it was because we had already squirreled away some money in a piggy bank marked for that. So we had a little bit of an edge for the first half. But congregations have continued to pay the 2% and up that. At the same time, I looked at, as I was bishop-elect, the diocese was not paying 2% of its budget to that. And so with the consent of the standing committee, I cut my compensation that was anticipated by $20,000, also cutting the benefits, added other cuts to the diocesan budget to get the 2% so that the diocese was paying its portion alongside the congregations to sort of make up the lack in those years, so that we then had a plan that could get us to being paid off in full by the end of next year. And when we look at the pledges that have been made by the congregations of the diocese, together with the funds of the diocese, we have every reason to expect that when we get to December 31st, we will have fully paid off that debt. Done. Now the tricky part. And we knew this going in. The plan was a 3-year plan, and money would continue to come in, but the bonds were due December 15th of this year. And so it always is part of that plan. We knew we would need a short-term loan to get us to that. The finance committee worked on that. We took out a $750,000 loan, building it in so that the ongoing 2% as it comes in will pay that down together with the interest, nothing new accrued, so that when we reach the end of the year, that short-term loan would go away as well, if that makes sense. That's just a way to handle the cash flow. And that allowed us, this past Monday, All Saints Day, every bondholder has been paid off in full with all interest. And I'm going to go off script because I got a little teary this past week. And I remembered Mary Willoughby talking to somebody, an educator, who had squirreled away some money that was going to go to her grandchildren's education fund, but she wanted to invest that fund in Honey Creek. And her family was telling her that, this wasn't a safe investment. And Mary said, we're good for it. And I got to tell you, I believed her. Mary was telling the truth. I knew we would pay that debt. But I didn't know how much of a weight I was holding that 10% of the money we raised was for a woman who it was her life savings for her grandkids' fund. And Katie brought me that check and let me sign it. I never doubted we were going to pay it. There was no question. It just felt like such a relief to have it happen. And it was just such a moment. Some of you were not here for those earlier debates, and so I have to say that just for some context, with that debt being unsecured, the $1.25 million before we did the bonds, the debt owed against the retreat center was really our debt. That once we issued those bonds, there was no doubt that we would pay it back, and there was no doubt that we needed to keep Honey Creek going. The very reason they paid for that was so that we could save Honey Creek and then secure its future. So some of what we've done, I've been asked before, well, why didn't we revisit what to do with Honey Creek? And the truth is we revisited it in 2011, and $1.25 million invested by people across the diocese was a strong enough thing, and it's working. We'll have a report from Dade later that'll get at that. The one word of caution is that the final debt getting paid off just depends on us, all of us continuing to do what we said we would do. Just, you've already pledged, pay that, and I have no doubt that will happen. And in large part because of people forgiving bonds, in large part because the plan always sort of counted on that and it worked. And so that it just really is one of those things that you look at, and that is a team coming together, and that's the whole diocese. A convention that looked at each other across the room and congregations saying, this is our debt, we need to handle our debt. And I look at that, and I look at 1968, and I see both how far we've come and how far we can go. When we keep Jesus at the center of our common life, then it's just amazing the life transformation that can happen. What we're responsible for is faithfulness. That's really, when we talk about God gave the growth, God's going to do that, but what we're supposed to do is faithfully do what we see for us to do in the moment. I'm going to come back to that in the sermon tonight for the Holy Eucharist. I'll pick up on that and talk about how I see God as leading us in our next faithful steps as congregations in a diocese. But for now, I want to use a refrain that I often use in private responses as a canon of the ordinary. Somebody would send me a note for something that the diocese had done and say something to me about what I would done. And what I would always say is, I'm just glad to be on the team. And so when I look up now as your bishop, grateful in so many ways for people in varied contexts using their considerable gifts during the most challenging time I have known for our church in my lifetime or generations that have preceded it. When I look back and see what that did, I look ahead to the building we need to do to re-evangelize, to continue to bring people back into the body of Christ as we move out of pandemic. But I don't worry about it. I know that God's with us, and I'm just glad to be on the team. Thank you all. This year, I have expanded to 2 new teams, and it's been interesting. I meet regularly. When the House of Bishops meet, I meet with a small group. It's the same small group every time. And we talk about what's going on and listen to that. Next year, it will be my honor to represent you to the Lambeth Conference of the Bishops of the Anglican Communion. Typically meets every 10 years. It has not met since 2008. And 2008. So they'll be meeting again, and that has a small group. And I've been meeting in that with a group of 15 of us bishops, though we meet together for part of it and break into smaller groups for another part of it. And the thing that I've found that's been so nice about it, it's not that it taught me something new per se. There was an intuition I had that was very strong for me. And to hear my colleagues across the U.S., and then to turn and to meet with the Archbishop of the Anglican Church in Canada, the Archbishop, the Primus Mark, who's in charge of the Scottish Episcopal Church, bishops from northern India, South Africa, England, Scotland, the U.S., Ireland. What I found is we've all talked about it's been really hard to be a bishop in pandemic, and I don't want to dismiss that. Hard. But we all see all have talked about, just we know how hard it is to be a lay leader in a church when you're sheltering in place. How hard it is to be a deacon when the ministries you're called to take the church into the world, can't happen in some places. Prohibited from going to where you want to minister. For a priest whose call really is centered around a congregation gathered around the altar, and the worship's continuing best we can, and it can't continue like we know. What I have heard from fellow bishops around our church and around the world is we see the load you've been carrying. And none of us thinks our burden is harder, because you're looking in the eyes of people whose child they baptized, you married them, you buried the grandparents, you've worshiped alongside them for years, and we have disagreements about how it is that we're going to hold our common life together. It's been hard. And I was looking at that, and I wanted a way to bring that into the convention. And I'd had conversations with a colleague, and I realized that his experience in pandemic, while unique, when I talked about it, it really got at what I wanted you to hear. And so we have a video now that the Reverend Lonnie Lacey will share some things that in a way came out of his doing a video that was a Hamilton parody. But what he saw and learned had nothing to do with a Hamilton parody. And I'm going to let him share his experience now. We have that video when we're ready.
In March 2020, we had heard a lot about the pandemic on the news, but it always felt like something that was far away. And then we were getting ready for our annual talent show fundraiser, which we do to raise funds for our mission trips and our sister congregation in the Dominican Republic. So we were also getting ready for that trip. And then all of a sudden, we found out that First Baptist here in Tifton had canceled services for the upcoming Sunday. And so we knew when that happens that it was a big deal. And so all of a sudden, I start making calls to vestry members and to physicians in the parish, and here comes the question of, are we really about to cancel the talent show? And then a couple hours later it was, are we really about to cancel the mission trip? And then a few hours after that, pacing on my back porch at my house, burning up my phone with all these phone calls, it was the question of, oh my gosh, are we actually going to cancel church this Sunday? And the answer was yes. And then as time went on, Tifton was put under a stay-at-home order, and so we sort of thought, well, then we need to model that. And next thing we knew, the Lacey family, we were on our couch leading morning prayer every Sunday, and we got to where we were able to pull in videos of other people doing the readings and Stan doing music from his home and kind of create a whole worship experience, but with everybody doing it from their homes. And that sort of became our pattern through just about the whole pandemic. And as okay as I tried to be with that, I actually spent a whole lot of time being not okay about that. Worship is important at all churches, but here it's where we find our community. Everybody's involved in worship. We have a strong acolyte program. We have the choir. We have just everybody together in the room. And it's been the heart of our identity for a long, long time. So when we lost the ability to be in that room together, we lost more than just worship. We lost our whole sense of community and fellowship and togetherness. But the thing is that the question in the back of my mind the whole time was, is this even working? We miss each other. We miss being around each other. And so we're trying to offer this polished Sunday service online. But is it even working? Sometimes the answer to that is no, because all of a sudden, all of us clergy, me included, are having to learn how to be camera technicians and how offer sermons while looking directly into a camera lens and having technical difficulties. And so there are these nights where I'm up late or others are up late trying to pull this thing together, editing the final product on Saturday evening, spending hours babysitting while it uploads to YouTube. And then Sunday morning comes and 10 o'clock it's all supposed to go live, and then something happens and it doesn't. And it's an entire week wasted. Sometime after we got done with Easter and had that wonderful online experience with everybody sending in their submissions for the Great Vigil, my senior warden at the time, Chris Beckham, called and said, you know, man, the first thing that we had to cancel was the talent show. And the talent show, that's also a big deal at St. Anne's. It raises funds for our sister congregation and for our mission trips, but it's also fun. It's just a good time for us to get together and to laugh together for an evening as a parish family. And he said, you know, we could do this online. We could just have people send in their submissions, and let's don't even worry about raising money. We just need to be together. And this might be a really good way to do that. So it was actually Chris who put out the all call to the parish. Send us whatever you've got, your songs, your dances, your ventriloquist acts, whatever. Send it in by this deadline. And Chris was the one who ended up putting it all together for us. But now if we're going to do that, if we're going to do this online talent show, a little bit of a problem for me in that my wife Jay and I always do the big grand finale at the end, always something over the top. The year we learned every move to Thriller and performed that, the year that I sawed my wife in half and put her back together, the year that we sang I Got You Babe as Sonny and Cher, there's always something that we do at the end. And as stressed as I'm feeling and as busy as I am just trying to make weekly worship happen, I'm thinking, what in the world are we going to do for that? July 4th rolls around and Hamilton comes out on Disney Plus, which was great for my family and me because we had tickets to go see Hamilton in Atlanta, and that had been canceled too, so at least we get to see it on TV. And as we're watching it, it's a great show. I'd never seen it before. King George comes out and does his big song, You'll Be Back. It cracked us all up, but the moment I heard it, the moment I saw it, I knew that's what I'm going to do for my people at St. Anne's. This is the thing we need to hear. We need some kind of promise that we will be back. And I've joked that, of course, King George means it as a threat, but for us, this is a promise. No, really, we'll be back. So from there, I started to really kind of think about how could I offer that as a message of hope for the people at my church. I storyboarded it, started putting some ideas together, and then the next thing I know, I'm in the church for every day for 7 days, staying late at night, trying to pull this thing off. And if you've never had to put on a full musical production by yourself with just you, an iPhone, and a tripod, it's hard. It's frustrating. And so I stayed late, fought with the camera, fought with myself. And the entire time that I'm putting this together, I know that this is to make us laugh. I know that it's about bringing together the community of my parish. But I'm also just thinking, what am I doing? Why am I even doing this? Which was a feeling that just persisted in so many ways throughout the entire pandemic. Am I spending my time on the thing that I ought to be spending my time on? But the other piece was that I knew that other people were doing their videos, that this was all part of us being together in our little online talent show. And so it was about faithfulness to each other as much as anything else, that we just all had to bring whatever the gifts were that we had so that we could put our gifts together and know that we were together.
Good evening, and welcome to St. Anne's Got Talent Virtual Edition.
Then the talent show comes. It airs online on whatever night we put it out there. Chris did a wonderful job editing it. A lot of parishioners sent some really great stuff in. It was a fun moment. And then at the end is the Hamilton thing. And so, we all sort of enjoyed it. It just was what it was for our little church family. But then the video itself, the Hamilton video, gets out there and it starts to get sort of shared around. And within the next 8 to 12 hours, my phone's blowing up, my email's blowing up, and there are people calling and writing and sending all kinds of things in because this thing has gotten out there. And so the next thing I know, a couple days have gone by. I'm managing all of these communications, and in the middle of all of those emails, there's an email from somebody from NBC who says, "We've seen your video. We'd love to have you on the Today Show." So I'm on the Today Show.
What was your mindset when you were writing the lyrics for this parody? I mean, what message were you trying to share? Did it come to you like that?
Yeah, so actually the lyrics did come pretty easily. Things are easy when you're working with something like what Lin-Manuel Miranda put together, but as I was writing the lyrics, it honestly felt like writing a love poem to my congregation, because I want to reassure them that there will come a time when we will be back together and we will make it through this. That comes and goes, but then that's when things really started to kind of change. And for me, that's actually when God showed up in an unexpected way on this. Because what started to happen is that emails were coming in and cards were coming in and calls were coming in that were not, "Hey, that was a fun video, thank you." They went to a deeper place. It was sweet Midwestern Episcopalians and Lutherans and Catholics and Methodists who really desperately missed church, and this somehow made them smile and laugh and realize that the day will come when their church will reopen. It was clergy of all different stripes, priests, rabbis, pastors, writing and sort of bearing their soul in ways that I did not expect. And while a lot of them said a lot of things, the one that stuck out to me the most was one pastor who just said, "Look, this has been the worst season of my ministry ever. I'm young, but I don't want to do this anymore, and I've been thinking about hanging it up. But when I saw the door open at the end of the Hamilton video, I realized I can't quit now. I love my people. I want to be there when it's time to open the door. How could I leave now? I want to be on the other side of this." And so to me, that is the greatest gift that came out of all of this, is this sense of shared vulnerability and pain and dedication among clergy around the world who we're all feeling this way, but we don't really have a lot of places we can talk about it. So we send an email to a stranger who had a YouTube video. And also just the depth and breadth and cohesion and resilience of the full body of Christ. I have a drawer full of letters and cards and an inbox full of emails that show me that the body of Christ is alive and it's strong and it's knit together. And sometimes it's doing its thing in a quiet way, but we're there. We're out there in the world, and one of the greatest gifts I've received out of this whole thing was that evidence that the church is alive, and the church is going to make it. The church has always made it. The church is going to keep on making it, because the Holy Spirit is binding us together even in the absolute worst of times.
thank you. And we have some other videos that will kind of return and pick up that theme. We're about 15 minutes from lunch, just so you know. If Kate Templeton can come forward to share with us our first ballot results. And then if Joshua Varner's ready after that.
All right, so here are the results of the first ballot. For the Board of the Officers of the Corporation, Miss Leslie Lambert was elected. For the Church Disciplinary Board, the Reverends Joe Bowden, Katie Noel Lennon, and Jerry Nelson were elected as clergy, and Mr. Sam Polville and Miss Laura Wheaton were elected as lay. For Diocesan Council, the Reverend Kelly Steele was elected. For the Standing Committee, Miss Elise Miller was elected as lay, and the Reverend Walter Hobgood was elected as clergy. For the Trustee of the University of the South, Miss Val Crumpton was elected. Since all the positions are now filled, this concludes our voting.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Kate, for that. And then we have a just brief presentation. I asked Canon Joshua Varner to come forward to assist us with some numbers related to Honey Creek debt. I wanted to get this right. And an important note, I mentioned earlier how we work as a team doing different things. In 2017 and 2018, we used Canon Joshua Varner's considerable project management skills to help us work through as a staff together with Susan Shipman from Christchurch Frederica, who was a facilitator for us, and what we would do about the Honey Creek debt. He also presented it at that convention, and so I've asked Joshua to come back in that role that he had in helping with the plan to just get a few numbers down in a way that will be helpful, I think.
Thank you. So the convention where we voted together to take on the 2% was as the bishop just said, in some ways was the start, and in some ways was the conclusion of a long process of figuring out how we were going to address the fact that in a couple of years, these bonds were going to come due. And so all of that work that so many people did really was something that just was amazing. And it is so exciting that we're actually at the point of now, as the bishop mentioned, we've mailed the checks. They're gone. They're in the U.S. Postal Service probably still at this point, but they will get there.
They
we
went
trust.
out Monday. Yeah.
So,
checks really are in the mail. Yeah.
So the checks are literally in the mail. So those bondholders who gave their trust and gave the diocese, us, $1.25 million 10 years ago, have been receiving those 5% interest payments, and now they're paid off. So the numbers for this are that the 2% assessment collected in the year 2020, $278,000. And then this year, we are on track, projected to collect $306,000, and in 2022, we are projected to collect $298,000. We have also had $302,500 in bonds forgiven by donors, which is huge. We should be clear, not everybody forgave their bond, not everybody could forgive their bond, and that's fine. It was an offer, but it was never an expectation that bondholders were going to forgive those bonds. Right. So it is incredibly generous, but also it was part of the deal that they were going to be paid back. As all of those bonds were due this year, and we're still collecting the money next year, we did, as the bishop mentioned earlier, we did wind up taking out a loan of $750,000 to add to the existing reserve so that this past week we could mail out all the checks. But as the rest of those 2% assessments come in, we will be in a position to pay off
all of that by the end of next year. So the diocese and Honey Creek will have gone from $1.25 million in debt I don't even know the math, some years ago, to completely debt-free by January of 2023.
All right.
This is something that I've been privileged to work on. Canon Easterlin has really done so much hard work with it as well. So Katie, thank you. We are so grateful to have you spearheading this, and I'm just glad I get to talk about it today. So we are looking forward to all of the options that open up for Honey Creek, for the diocese, for all of us together as we move forward. Thank you.
We now move to our worship. I call the Reverend Jeanette Reese to come forward to lead us in worship. Jeanette and Bob Reese have been a real gift coming back to the diocese. They had been here previously at St. Mark's in Brunswick, at St. Andrew's and St. Cyprian's in Darien, and they are, at my request and their hard work, the chaplains to the retired, and extend my pastoral ministry to widows, to those who are in retirement. I am grateful for their pastoral care, and at the moment for Jeanette leading us in worship. And if you'll please stand, we'll begin with a song.
Sorry. When you let the guitar sit here for a couple of hours, some of the strings drift. Joyful, we adore thee, God of glory, Lord of love. Hearts unfold like flowers before thee, praising thee, the Son above. Melt the clouds of sin and sadness, drive the dark of doubt away. Giver of immortal gladness, with the light of day. All thy works with joy surround the earth, and heaven reflect thy rays. Stars and angels sing around thee, center of unbroken praise. Field and forest, dale and mountain, blooming meadow, flashing sea, chanting bird and flowing fountain, call us to rejoice in thee. Thou art giving and forgiving, ever blessing, ever blessed, wellspring of the joy of living, ocean depth of happy rest. Thou our Father, Christ our brother, all who live in love are thine. Teach us how to love each other, lift us to the joy divine.
Let us have this psalm together. Hallelujah. How good it is to sing praises to our God. How pleasant it is to honor him with praise. The Lord rebuilds Jerusalem. He gathers the exiles of Israel. He heals the brokenhearted and binds up their wounds. He counts the number of the stars and calls them all by their names. Great is our Lord and mighty in power. There is no limit to his wisdom. The Lord lifts up the lowly, but casts the wicked to the ground. Sing to the Lord with thanksgiving. Make music to our God upon the harp. He covers the heavens with clouds and prepares rain for the earth. He makes grass to grow upon the mountains and green plants to serve mankind. He provides food for flocks and herds and for the young ravens when they cry. He is not impressed by the might of a horse. He has no pleasure in the strength of a man. But the Lord has pleasure in those who fear him, in those who await his gracious favor. Glory to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and will be forever. Amen. A reading from Isaiah. The wilderness and the dry land shall be glad. The desert shall rejoice and blossom. Like the crocus, it shall blossom abundantly and rejoice with joy and singing. The glory of Lebanon shall be given to it, the majesty of Carmel and Sharon. They shall see the glory of the Lord, majesty of our God. Strengthen the weak hands and make firm the feeble knees. Say to those who are of fearful heart, be strong, do not fear. Here is your God. He will come with vengeance, with terrible recompense. He will come and save you. Then the eyes of the blind shall be opened, and the ears of the deaf unstopped. Then the lame shall leap like a deer, and the tongue of the speechless sing for joy. For waters shall break forth in the wilderness, and streams in the desert. The burning sand shall become a pool, and the thirsty ground springs of water. The haunt of jackals shall become a swamp, and the grass shall become reeds and rushes. A highway shall be there, and it shall be called the Holy Way. The unclean shall not travel on it, but it shall be for God's people. No traveler, not even fool, shall go astray. No lion shall be there, nor any ravenous beast come up on it. They shall not be found there, but the redeemed shall walk there, and the ransomed of the Lord shall return and come to Zion with singing. Everlasting joy shall be upon their heads. They shall obtain joy and gladness, and sorrow and sighing shall flee away. The word of the Lord.
Thanks be to God.
At this time, let's offer prayers for ourselves and for others silently or aloud.
Lord, I pray your blessing on the food that we're about to receive, our time together in fellowship as we eat, and help us to be mindful of those less fortunate.
Let us now pray together the prayer which our Lord gave us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. O God, you have made of one blood all the peoples of the earth, and sent your blessed Son to preach peace to those who are far off and to those who are near. Grant that people everywhere may seek after you and find you. Bring the nations into your fold. Pour out your Spirit upon all flesh, and hasten the coming of your kingdom. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, who lives and reigns with you and the Holy Spirit, one God, now and forever.
Amen. Thank you, Jeanette. We're about to break for lunch. Don't forget there's a sign-up table over there if you want to add people to our memorials for prayers of the people this evening. Clergy are going to gather right over here. I know you wanted the lay leaders to be able to eat first, so I've provided a group photo to keep you busy while they go eat. For the rest of convention, you can go ahead and make your way. We're eating on the other side of this wall. We have our whole room set aside for lunch. If you had special requests like vegetarian, please be sure to ask for it. But just go out, over, and into the room back here while the clergy gather, waiting patiently. So, welcome back for the afternoon session. We were to begin with another ballot, but that is not necessary. You worked so diligently in learning the election system and coming to a consensus, so that was not necessary. Just so you know, a few things. I'll just give you the lay of the land. We'll announce again later, but aiming at about 3:15 or so to finish here. The plan is to be at Honey Creek. We have boots on the ground there, walking where we're going to be parking. It's high enough ground. There's the ability to get there. There's the ability to get in. For clergy, and I'll announce this again later, there will now be no procession because we're going to be under the tent the whole time, and there's no real way to do that. So there is no need to vest. We're not going to vest and process. We have adequate room for everyone to sit under a tent, to worship together, and to eat. We don't also have room for all that, right? I mean, it's just the way it's going to work. There is an auction that is set up for raising funds for through the Honey Creek Development Commission. That's in Stewart Hall. So what we're going to do is we're going to go worship at 4:30. Anybody who moves over to Stewart Hall to look at the auction materials will be rewarded with hors d'oeuvres, and we'll allow a little room for Grandy's, who's providing our meal this evening, to get the food out, right? Now, everybody doesn't have to leave. They have room in the tent. If some people want to stay, that's fine. But we've looked at the ground where the parking is, walked the ground where people would need to go. Seems adequate. If somebody, based on your own mobility needs, decides you can't, I mean, I get that. I completely do. We did not have an existing plan to record and put up the sermon, but we're working on that, okay, just to know that it might be. So everything's aimed. I mean, Honey Creek, we're ready for the Eucharist. We're ready for a meal. The only part that needs to change is there's just no real way for clergy to any longer vest and process, so you'll just go and you'll sit wherever you like. There'll be round tables that will be for the meal. We were going to be sort of congregation style in front of the chapel. Will now only be in the tent. So we'll worship there, we'll have the Eucharist, and then we'll have the meal in the same space, very early church style. But that's just a little bit of a heads up. Canon Joshua Varner, there he is. Next on my agenda is to get a report from our Canon for Children and Youth. Welcome Canon Joshua Varner to the platform.
Thank you. So I was up here earlier talking about numbers. I want to talk now about children, youth, which is a significant part of my work for the diocese. And for me, ministry with children and youth is not easy at the best of times. Growing up is hard work, after all. Everything from dealing with new teeth coming in to the hormone craziness we know as puberty, to constantly dealing with adults asking you, so what are you going to do with your life, as if anybody knew that at 15. All of that is a challenge in the best of times. And as Lonnie said in his video, this has kind of not been the best of times recently. It may or may not have been the absolute worst for you or yours, but it has definitely not been the best. And children and youth have had to navigate school, church, activities of all sorts, all with different expectations about their behavior, and most of the time they don't get much of a say in what those expectations are. I see things about, parents who are really mad that their kids don't have to mask, and other parents who are really mad that their kids do have to mask. And, every time I talk to my kids, they're like, yeah, what's the big deal about wearing masks? I mean, most of the teenagers I talk to are like, it's not that hard. We can do this. And it would be nice if, But my point right now is not so much about masks or not masks as it is they don't get asked a lot of things. They don't get empowered to make their own decisions a lot of the time. And so in ministry with children and youth, part of what we try to do is bring that as much as we can. Sometimes we have to make decisions on their behalf, but sometimes we can let them take the lead. I am so grateful for the ministry that parents have with their children, guardians with their children, and all of the other adults who choose to spend their precious time reaching out to our young people. Thank you to all of you. So, our theme for this convention, God gave the growth. I planted, Apollos watered, but God gave the growth. And I really think Paul was talking about youth ministry. As our children grow, the reality is that they grow increasingly away from their parents and guardians. It's part of their development. I mean, they begin as babies, literally not able to do anything. And by the time they are 18-ish, not even really 2 decades later, they're ready to begin life in a different way. It might be college, it might be something else, but it's different. They have grown and they are young people all of a sudden with their own ideas, their own opinions, their own decisions. About 15 or 16 years ago, I was leading a group with parents and talking about children, their own children, and raising them. And we encountered this poem by Khalil Gibran called On Children. And it spoke to me then, and it continues to challenge me now. And so it goes like this. And a woman who held a babe against her bosom said, "Speak to us of children." And he said, "Your children are not your children. They are the sons and daughters of life's longing for itself. They come through you, but not from you. And though they are with you, yet they belong not to you. You may give them your love, but not your thoughts, for they have their own thoughts. You may house their bodies, but not their souls, for their souls dwell in the house of tomorrow, which you cannot visit, not even in your dreams. You may strive to be like them, but seek not to make them like you, for life goes not backward, nor tarries with yesterday. You are the bows from which your children, as living arrows, are sent forth. The archer sees the mark upon the path of the infinite, and he bends you with his might, that his arrows may go swift and far. Let your bending in the archer's hand be for gladness, for even as he loves the arrow that flies, so he also loves the bow that is stable. As I said, I've worked with parents reflecting on this poem for over 15 years now, and it is a hard truth for a lot of us. Speaking as a parent, I know my children. I remember their births, and I love them, and I feel like they are mine. They're my kids. And yet the older they grow, they're teenagers now, the more I am forced to realize that they are their own people too. And while I may be one of the people who influences them, I am far from the only one. This is why ministry with children and youth is so important. I planted, Apollos watered, but God gives the growth. Your children are not your children. They are God's beloved children, no matter what. And God gives the growth for these young peoples that we are given the privilege of tending toward that growth. In many ways, we talk about youth ministry a lot. That's where we have the events on a diocesan level and stuff like that. But in many ways, it's the foundation, children's ministry, that is the most important. There was a comic strip I read one time that was focused around an elementary school, the students, the teachers, and their strangely, oddly wise janitor named Fraz. And in this one strip, a child is talking about how much she enjoyed a particular food they had had in class on this particular day. And then she's asked, well, and what are you learning from this? And she responds, I am learning that I love second grade. And as she walks away in the final panel, the principal who's standing next to Fraz says, is that on the standardized test? And Fraz says, no, but it paves the way for everything that is. I have been asked on several occasions what people should try to teach children in the nursery or in children's chapel. And each time I think of this kind of a comic strip. If they learn that they love church, that paves the way for everything else. If they learn that this is their church and that the church community loves and values them, if they learn that this is their place, not just their parents' place or a place for older people, but theirs, then everything else becomes possible. And when they're old enough to expand their vision of what church is, then yes, they can experience young people gathered together from across the diocese and learn that this, too, Honey Creek, the gatherings, are their place. And it goes on from there. Our children who are their own people and have their own thoughts and feelings and their own relationship with Jesus grow up. But because it is God who gives the growth, we don't always see the results of all of our tending and planting and watering. But whether we see it or not, that growth is real. So, all right, I want to try a brief experiment, which is dangerous, I know, because I don't actually already know the outcome. I know. The bishop's about to be like, uh-oh. So, I like to just ask, I'm going to do this in a series of these. I'd like to ask anyone who has been part of youth ministry in the Diocese of Georgia to stand up right now. All right. No, hang on. I'm not there yet. I appreciate it, though. I really like the thought. Nope, keep standing. All right. For that. Now, I want to ask anyone who has had a child in their family who has been part of their congregational youth ministry to also stand up. First group, keep standing. All right. Now, I'd like to ask anyone who has had a youth that is a member of their congregation participate in any kind of youth ministry, stand up. All right, lastly, I'd like everyone who has known someone for whom youth ministry has been important to stand up. If you've known anybody in your life who you think maybe has had this. So we've got very close to the entire convention standing. Thank you. You can sit down now. But just think about that image right there, because that's just a small example of all the people that are affected by what we do. Now, you may not know exactly how you personally have been affected, but you have been. And so have all the people you were just thinking about. Because when we work with young people and children and teenagers, we're not only helping them, we are reaching those that they themselves reach. Through our young people, we are part of forming a community who cares for one another, who loves God and loves neighbor, even when that is not what society tells us we should always prioritize. I am so grateful for all the people who figured out new ways to reach out to our children and youth in pandemic. I am grateful for the teenagers who led small group discussions online with me, with their own congregations. I am grateful to the adults who agreed to be part of these Zoom-based events. I am even more excited now to be finally getting back to some kinds of in-person events happening, which is for 9th through 12th graders this year, takes place the weekend after next here at Honey Creek. And there's still time to sign up your high schoolers if you want to. Our middle school event, New Beginnings, takes place in early January. And while we are holding all of these lightly, We will, we hope, have more events in the spring and summer camp this coming summer, and I hope you will encourage your young people to participate as they're able. I planted, Apollos watered, but God gives the growth for our children and our teenagers and all of us always. Thank you.
I'd like to invite the Very Reverend Denise Vaughn, Dean of the Central Convocation and Rector of Annunciation Vidalia, to present the Dean's Award that goes to a layperson for extraordinary service to their congregation.
Thank you, Bishop. Good afternoon, everyone. The Dean's Award this year goes to a person who's been a member of Annunciation Vidalia since around 1980. Through the years, she's been involved in and led many lay groups. She presently serves as Eucharistic minister, a lector, a Sunday morning collection counter, and on the vestry, as a member and as clerk to the vestry. She has been clerk to the vestry several times and has also served as chair of the Episcopal Church Women Adult Christian Education Program and Daughters of the King. She was senior warden through a time of clergy transition, and when asked by the new rector to continue as senior warden for a year to assist in the transition, she and the vestry agreed. She has served as a delegate to Diocesan Convention many times, and at the end of this year, she will complete a 3-year term on Diocesan Council. She never hesitates to serve whenever asked or is needed, and when there is a need for financial assistance to help someone, she is the first to help with her money. Her vision of service grows out of her deep spiritual connection to God and love for her neighbor. She is a mentor, a spiritual friend to many in the congregation who look to her for prayer and wisdom, including her rector. The Holy Spirit truly works through this faithful servant of God. And as Dean of the Central Convocation, I'm honored to present this year's Dean's Award to Mrs. Beverly Thompson. Beverly couldn't be here today, and I know she's surprised. Congratulations, Beverly, wherever the camera is that I'm.
Yeah.
There it is. She was gone for a while and came home to a family emergency, so she was not able to be with us today, but I know she'll be thankful, and thank you all too.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And that can be presented to her at church, which will be lovely. I want to invite John Hayes to come forward. He's the co-chair of Racial Justice Georgia, and he's going to have a brief report on their work, which will include a little bit of work for us today. So, I do want to announce that the Daughters of the King has a prayer space available. They often set up. It's past the registration desk. It's on the left in that passage. Prayer space from the Daughters of the King on the left across from the registration desk.
Good afternoon and good to see everyone. Back at the 2019 convention, Bishop Ben Hayes organized a racial justice and healing ministry and announced the establishment of a St. Anna Alexander Center. These would be diocesan initiatives to pursue the National Church's Becoming Beloved Community Initiative. Okay. Some of you may have been wondering since that convention 2 years ago, did anything ever come of that, right? It kind of seems like racial justice and healing are a pressing issue in our society. Did that just fall by the wayside? What about it? We'd like to start off by showing a short video that evokes some of the work we've been doing. Then I'll say a few things about that work.
Okay.
Because I am a Christian, because of Jesus' command to love God, self, and others,
I want to live in a world where everyone has the same opportunities. God really did send Jesus to save the world, and I want to do my small part to make God's kingdom a reality for all of us. This ministry of racial justice enables me to work toward that goal. I invite you to join us.
I don't think there was a church in Brunswick as involved as St. Athanasius, not a black church. People came to us from other denominations and, became members. Because we had so much going on and our outreach was so good. We had a kindergarten that, I'm sure they paid a quarter a week to go to kindergarten, and they did that in the parish hall. And that was another thing that brought the kids in. And then they had a playground in the backyard of the parish hall also. And the community kids were allowed to come anytime they wanted to, just to play in the yard. And Daddy was always, you have to understand when I say Daddy, he's the only priest that I grew up with, okay? He was the only one I knew. So, and he was such an awesome person. And he just attracted people. People just came in because they could sit and talk with him. And he had so much going on, and he wanted to help all the people.
Several years ago, I was with a group of educators. We were in a small town in a rural county in Mississippi, and we were listening to a panel discussion of Black veterans of the local civil rights movement. One of the veterans told us of a confrontation he'd had in the 1980s with a prominent white official. And he told us of how he challenged the official by saying, those who created the problem have a responsibility to help solve the problem. The sentence immediately struck me. It articulated things I've been feeling for years but couldn't quite put into words, and it's very much stayed with me since.
I was here doing the time of integration. I was in Savannah, and I remember St. Matthew's holding mass meetings through the NAACP on Sunday afternoon. But let me also say this, because my parents were teachers, my association with the movement had to be very much undercover, because I couldn't afford to put pressure on my mother and father because they worked for the Board of Education to be on the front line. So a lot of the stuff I did, and I was a member of the youth, I can't think of the exact name of it now, but never out front.
And it starts with people of faith being intentional about changing systems and structures that affect people's lives. Starting first, I believe, in the church and moving out to the wider society. And I believe that in order to change the systems and structures that maintain oppression of any kind, it must begin right where we are, in our own settings.
So for the past year and 5 months, amidst the obvious constraints of the pandemic, a core group of 10 people has been meeting regularly. I'm the co-chair. You saw my other co-chair in the video. She's not able to be here due to severe health concerns. If I could ask other members of the group to just stand as you're here. There are a total of 4 of us here. Dwala Nobles of Good Shepherd Pennock, the church that St. Anna founded and ministered for decades. Reverend June Johnson of All Saints Tybee Island, and the very reverend and, in my humble opinion, sharpest dressed male priest. We had a long conversation about vests at lunch earlier, but anyway, the very Reverend Billy Offord of St. Albans in Atonement in Augusta and in Hepzibah. So we've been meeting regularly for the past year and 5 months. We were basically recommissioned, reorganized by Bishop Logue shortly after his becoming bishop. We have have been engaged in a number of things that you could see a glimpse of in the video. So we've been doing oral histories with older members of the historically black churches in the diocese, as well as with black clergy in the diocese. You heard from two of the people we did oral histories with. This is an ongoing project. You can watch them in full on something I'll talk about in just a moment, but they are available for you to watch in full. 6 weeks ago, we organized and held the first St. Anna Alexander pilgrimage. And so 9 of the 10 members of the group were able to come to Glenn and McIntosh counties in Georgia here, obviously. And the timing of the pilgrimage was around the feast day of St. Anna, which is September 24th. And we spent the weekend in sort of immersed in her life and issues of race and racial justice. This was an inaugural pilgrimage. We're making this an annual event in the diocese, so it'll become a regular feature that will be open to anyone. And Dwala Nobles is heading up fundraising efforts to restore the historic schoolhouse, which was schoolhouse and church originally from the early 20th century. And we're working to turn that into a small retreat center. It's right beside the Good Shepherd Pennock Church. At the most basic level, our group, as you can see from people standing up, we're interracial, we're a mix of clergy and laity. At the most basic level, we have developed trust with each other, and we speak candidly with each other, and we just like each other. We're friends with each other now. And that may seem like a small thing, but we think it's actually no small thing that in light of everything, the weight of history, the current context we live in, that black and white Episcopalians are trusting each other and talking candidly about issues of race and racial justice, which are not always easy to talk about. If it can't start there as we see it, the Becoming Beloved Community initiative will fall flat. The final thing we've been engaged in with the constraints of the pandemic is creating a website. We've had the expert help of Brandy Underwood. Last year won a major award from the Episcopal Communicators, and the website is debuting right now. There's a typo that I made when I submitted my report. It is racialjusticega.org, not .com like I wrote in the report, racialjusticega.org. We're aware that our work has been very much inward-facing and not public-facing the last year and a half. We understand that. It is now public-facing, and it will become increasingly so in the years to come. This is just a short preview of it. You can look at it yourself. You can find it on your phone right now. It is now on the web and has debuted. The oral histories that I just mentioned, you can watch them in their entirety on the website. Those link to our YouTube page. More to come on our website. The final thing, if I could ask people to take out your phones, which are probably already out anyway, and we have a very short 6-question survey. Please take a few minutes right now, okay? And as honest as you can be, record your answers to our 6 questions. This is very helpful for us to get the pulse of things in the diocese beyond just kind of anecdotes. So please take a few minutes now. That's the end of my presentation.
So we'll be back to polleverywhere.com. It's a text answer. First question, how familiar are you with the Episcopal Church's Becoming Beloved Community initiative? We'll give just a little bit of time for that. Watching the numbers still go up. Thank you for taking part. Okay, anybody need more time for that? A little bit? Yeah. Yes, and their answers will be, we're using the same operation we did before. Thank you, Guillermo. The question was, can non-voting delegates take part? And as we did when we were doing the quizzes for fun, this will not be audited against our list of voting delegates. Thank you. We were thinking of that earlier, even if not now. Okay, a few more coming in, and we'll move through the quiz. Thank you for adding your votes in. All right, that seems to have stabilized it, but yeah. No, they're saying, I'm also not getting a reply text, but you're getting responses. We can see that we're getting responses. It's set up different from when we're voting, so yeah. All right. Okay, we'll move to the next one.
Do you want to show responses?
Yeah, you can. So that's where we are right now. A little familiar. Oh, yeah. Okay. A few more coming in. We got a little more familiar as a group just now. Okay, let's move to the next question for them. Do you think racial justice and healing is a part of the work of the church? Okay, still coming in a little bit, about near the number we reached last time. Okay, you want to show the results because it'll still take new answers. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Okay, those numbers are about where we were last time. Any more time for that? Okay, the next question. Do you think racial justice and, no, sorry. If you answered maybe or yes of the issues facing the church, how pressing is it is the question. We'll get the screen back up, hang on. How pressing an issue is racial justice? It's an issue but not a pressing one. A, it's pressing, it's very pressing. A, B, C. Just watching the counter now for a little bit. Yeah, you can go ahead and move it on. Okay. Still more time to get a vote in. We're halfway through the poll now. Allowing just a little more time. Anybody need more time? Okay, we'll go to question 4. In addition to clergy who answered maybe or yes, how candidly do you feel you can speak on issues of racial justice and healing? Not at all. Only covertly or indirectly, pretty candidly, very candidly. In addition to clergy.
In addition to clergy.
To answer maybe or yes. Okay.
Clergy question.
Okay. So this is just for clergy. Is that what you're saying? Is it, John? Okay. Okay, so in addition to the clergy who answer maybe or yes, how candidly. So this is a question for clergy. Okay, all right. That probably includes me. Okay. I mean, it does. I read the prayer book. I said the examination in my ordination. It talked about me and my fellow presbyters. I get it. Okay, we still got it open for a little bit. Just watching the numbers come in. There's time to put in. Okay, 2 more questions. Where is that leveled up? Okay, we'll go ahead. We're trying to get there. Question 5. How diverse and inclusive is your congregation? Congregation where you primarily worship on Sunday. Not at all, a little. Okay, but should be more so very diverse and inclusive. Depends on the week for me. I'm not chickening out. I'm just going to not provide an answer on that one. still watching the numbers on this, and then we'll have one more question. Oh, are there? There are 8? I'm sorry, I had to count wrong. Okay, all right. Sorry about that. Okay, what? There is math. The thing about theology is I thought there can't be math because you got 1 and you've got 3. You don't divide it, you don't multiply it. There's 7, there's 12, there's 40. I don't even get 144,000. I mean, I kind of do. Sorry. Okay, we're ready for the next one. And sorry for the count wrong on the questions. Short answer. And so you can text your message. They'll get your text in response. We won't see the responses here in the same way, but they will get your answer. What would racial reconciliation and healing involve? Text your answer. So not constrained, any text you want to send to that via web or text. I can see typing, so we'll just watch. Watching responses still going in. Okay, we're good on that? Everybody got that? Okay, we're going to move to the next one. What work is your congregation currently doing in the area of racial justice, repentance, reconciliation, and healing? And sort of the briefer way you can characterize that will be helpful just to doing, but we want to include everything. And then one additional question. Okay. Okay, watching for responses. Still some more getting typed in. Okay, do we need more time? Okay, we'll move on to the 8th question, which is our last question for this survey. What work would you like to see us doing with your congregation? Now, this is now speaking of Racial Justice Georgia, so our diocesan-wide group. What work would you like to see us, your diocese, really doing? You could answer, say, a weekend workshop, recommend resources, that sort of thing, just briefly. And that's the final answer for this. Thank you to the Racial Justice Georgia team. Thank you all for taking part in that. I'm going to leave that open for just a moment if you're still typing. And I'm going to ask Canon Lauren Lash to come forward, playing the part of Canon Katie Easterlin today, and today's performance will be Canon Lauren Lash presenting the Treasurer's Report Part 2.
Thank you all so much. So Canon Easterlin was able to pass along her report to me to share with you all. So we're going to start with the Board of the Corp. Oh, thank you. It's like my collar. Sometimes I forget I'm still wearing it. So we're going to start with the information about the Board of the Corporation. So in tandem with the diocesan audit, HBBB also does an audit of the Board of the Corporation's assets and its management through the private bank. There's a brief report on the Board of the Corp on pages 16 and 17 in the convention book, and then the consolidated financial report is on page 46. So I'm going to try to keep this very brief. So some of the highlights of 2020 for the Board of the Corp include, even in the midst of pandemic, the fund experienced strong performance and closed up 10.8% net of fees. The total portfolio closed north of $12.3 million. There are 2 new participating funds, and the Board of the Corporation maintained a recommended 4% spend rate based on the previous year and anticipated performance of the portfolio. The Board of the Corporation members are an oversight body for the funds held and managed by private bank. Each sub-fund is governed by its own governing endowment resolution, and the pooled assets continue to be invested through a balanced appreciation approach set by the investment policy statement for the Board of the Corp. I encourage any congregation or individual with questions about the Board of the Corporation to reach out to one of the members or to Canon Katie Easterlin. Do we have any members of the Board of the Corporation present here now? If so, please stand.
Neil Victor over here. Stand, Neil, just so I can see you. Becky Cheatham in the back. So Neil from St. John's, Savannah. Becky Cheatham from Christchurch, Savannah are present.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
So if you have questions, now you know where they are.
Okay.
So we're going to move on to the proposed budget. So Canon Easterlin was able to visit all of the convocation councils on Zoom to present the budget in much more detail. We had over 150 people who attended those, so I'm not going to give that full presentation. I'm just going to, you're welcome. Just going to give some of the highlights and some of the major considerations. This body will vote on the budget tomorrow. You can view the full details on pages 40 to 43 for the diocesan budget and 44 and 45 for the Honey Creek budget. So the budgets are there, and then there are annotations, which give things in a little bit more detail. Our parochial reports for 2020 demonstrated that our congregations were able to stay pretty stable, and in some locations, we even saw modest growth within the congregation. So across our 69 congregations, we saw a 4% increase in our 10% tithe figure. The 2022 tithes are found on page 39 in your convention book. We had several congregations who put forward requests for appeals for 2022, and several congregations who were still under prior appeals. So those who had their appeals granted by diocesan council are noted there with an asterisk next to them. When we were building the budget for 2021, we were very mindful of all of the challenges facing our congregations still currently in the midst of global pandemic. So in that development, we had some foundation goals. There's a desire to continue to increase direct support to our congregations through a line item for congregation development. This fund is used for seminarian support. It's used for grants to congregations in transition or who are in need of small grants for mission and growth purposes. So year after year, we've been able to build this fund back up to where we would like for it to be. We're looking forward, you might have heard, to finalizing the bond debt through the collection of the last of the temporary 2% assessment and paying off the debt by 2023. And then lastly, the diocese learned a lot in 2020. some the hard way, about how to establish a stable, flexible budget, and we really hope to continue that approach as we support Honey Creek in the years to come and in our congregations over this time period. So looking directly at the revenue, the overall tithes are up 4%, as I said. This is the last year of the collection of the temporary 2% assessment to pay down the Honey Creek debt. And then on the expense side, there's really just nominal changes. They're tied to cost of living adjustments, adjusting line items back to historic actuals, and then increasing ministry line items as we need to do so. We'll turn to the Honey Creek budget now. As the pandemic continued to stretch on, obviously Honey Creek had to have limitations on the events. We weren't able to gather the way that we hoped to. You'll hear some more tomorrow from our executive director, Dade Brantley, on the ways in which God showed up in this time. They're pretty marvelous, and I'm really looking forward to hearing him talk about those things. But as restrictions have been lifting and vaccines have become more accessible, Honey Creek is really hopeful for increased usage in 2022. As Canon Varner said, we'll be having more youth events present on campus. We'll be there tonight. So we're excited to have Honey Creek back in use more fully. So we estimated the budget for 2022 based on historic figures in 2018 and 2019, since 2020 was such a strange year for Honey Creek. Looking at the revenue side, as I said, we anticipate having more groups, mainly diocesan, but we have several outside groups that will continue to use Honey Creek. We're really hoping to have summer camp in person. It would be so great. So as Canon Varner said, please start talking it up to your kids. On the expense side, we learned a lot about the sort of core essential costs, things that had to happen even if nobody was on campus. And we reviewed the data from previous years, so we feel really confident that we'll have a balanced budget in 2022. Prior to 2020, Honey Creek had been operating in the black for 10 years in a row. And so as we continue to learn how to stay open and flexible in different environments, we're really hopeful for the future. That was very quick, I promised. But please do take a look at all of the budget information in your convention book. Speak together with your delegations and be ready to vote on the budget tomorrow.
So the budget will come up tomorrow for formal discussion, any debate and a vote. So for now, just fully presenting all that. Anything?
Do we have any questions or comments at this time?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
We're going to move just to handle the next part. A watch got turned in that was found in the hallway. Anybody looking for, is that yours? Okay. Jim, yeah. We'll get that to you. Thank you. All right, we're going to turn to the discussion on the Constitution and canonical changes. This morning they were presented. The idea is that we're going to come now to discussion as a body, anything anybody wants to name. In our practice, as we've done in previous years, again, we're just, at this point, we're just talking to inform our thinking overnight and actions in the morning. And we will have time for the three persons who filed some proposed amendments to be able to discuss those as well. And so just a reminder, Robert's Rules of Order as adapted by Modern Rules of Order is going to be our guide, except we have some rules of order we adopt as a diocesan convention that was part of our consent agenda. And the primary point for now is stay on the point of debate. No member will speak more than twice, and that's really it. Tomorrow there'll be some things related to what motions are in order or how we vote, but this isn't really a time for that. And I realize I picked up a static display, and we do have some amendments from Leanne Culbreth, Ian Lash, and Tom Purdy, but also time if anybody has a question or something that they would just like to ask or anything they'd like to bring to the floor as a matter of discussion. So all of that is now in order, and you can go to the microphones for that. So those who have amendments may go to the microphone to just let us know what your intended amendment is. It would actually be put on the floor tomorrow. Anybody else who wants to speak?
So Reverend Leanne Culbreth and Reverend Nathan Wilson, you guys are up first.
Mm-hmm.
I like this dueling presentation of
Okay,
amendments.
we have a duet.
We're both presenting. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, well, 7 years ago, in this very room, a group of about 30 Episcopalians gathered with their bishop for the first Green Summit of the Diocese of Georgia. And they clearly expressed a desire to form a diocesan ministry that would support, model, and connect environmental stewardship efforts around the diocese. So the next year, in 2015, the Creation Care Commission was formed. And even though the word commission is in the name, we are not a canonically recognized commission. So for the last 6 years, as a ministry, we have functioned as a committee with the approval and recognition of the bishop, but we are not a recognized ministry in the diocese canonically. So in the last 6 years, a couple of things we have done in the Creation Care Commission include garnering a $35,000 UTO grant fund to create an ecology center and repair and cover the dock at Honey Creek, launching composting and food waste reduction projects at Honey Creek Camp, offering inspirational outings like kayaking retreats and outdoor Eucharists across Georgia, modeling composting and recycling at large events such as Diocesan Convention and the Revival, developing a robust 3-year cycle of ecology curriculum for Honey Creek Camp, thank you, Laura Evans, offering educational programs and demonstrations at parishes around the diocese and sharing Creation Care resources and from the field and at convention, supporting recycling at Honey Creek, assisting with the garden, promoting a diocesan-wide tree planting campaign to mitigate climate change, praying and feasting and making Eucharist in beautiful places in Georgia, and who can forget composting with worms and the convention floor. They weren't actually on the floor, but we had worms here at convention for many years. Why Creation Care? Nathan?
The work that we do as Creation Care, as the Commission, is the work that God gave to humanity at the beginning of creation. God put humans in the garden to tend and till the soil, and that's what we continue to do. But as we know, in all areas of our life, sin has affected our relationship with God, with others, and with creation itself. So the Creation Care Commission is part of our church's ministry of reconciliation, restoring all things back to God, restoring us to one another, and restoring our relationship with creation. And we are sowing seeds in hope of the new creation, hope that God is at work in our world, and hope that God will bring what we do to completion one day. And this is extremely important right now as we are facing the current climate crisis, as we see changes across our diocese and weather patterns, and see in the future how that may affect us. So our work is work of hope, hope of establishing God's reign here on earth, hope of sowing seeds for the future, and hope that God will give the growth.
Now, currently, the Commission is a ministry in the diocese, and with the proposed canonical change that will be before us soon, we hope to become a ministry of the diocese, increasingly integrated into our identity and practices and mission in the diocese, as a diocese. And we see opportunities for broadening and deepening this ministry to engage more of the parishes and people of the diocese and really dig into the challenges we face in South Georgia. Canonical status will help extend our reach and give a solid footing for this hard and joyful work. This canonical change will increase the effectiveness of the Commission through wider participation, consistent funding, and fresh energy and vision. The proposed change will require representation from all convocations. The diversity of backgrounds, contexts, experiences, skills, and expertises will enrich the Commission. While the Creation Care Commission currently receives some funding without canonical status, those funds are not always secured. With consistent funding, the CCC will be better able to plan projects and grants, especially multi-year efforts. This work has been carried for many years by a small group of mostly lay leaders and me as the chair. Passage of this amendment would launch a year-long process to revision the commission's work and develop new members to lead it. And we'd especially love to see youth and young adults get involved. And we think this needs to be a commission in the canons also because climate change is here. It is not going to go away anytime soon, and we need to be responding to it as faithfully as a diocese for the decades to come. So thank you for considering this change to the canons. The amendment will be on the screen shortly. Do we have any questions?
So what it does is it follows our current practice. The idea is that this would become an amendment to the package of changes, would therefore take place with that group. It would be, if the convention so wills, that grafted into that group of changes would not take effect this year, but would on the second reading next year. This came through the earlier process to the Committee on Constitution and Canons, and a simple majority of amendment tomorrow could put this into that package of changes. So for now, this is informational.
And there are two parts to this amendment. There's the actual addition of the Creation Care Commission, which you're seeing on your screen right now. And then the second part is really just shifting what is in the proposed canons to make the numbers, because we know that the numbers have to be right, as we've heard from Father Nick and Father David. Yeah. So this is just shifting to make sure that the numbering will then be correct.
Again, at present, it's not being proposed, but being made aware of, so you have time to consider it. It would come back to the floor tomorrow. Motion a second, and think we could move more quickly to it.
And we will have the proposed amendments up on the website by this afternoon so that you all can take a look at those. They'll be on the same page as the proposed canons.
And we have someone coming to speak to this, the Reverend David Lindbergh. So stay close, Leanne, just, yeah.
David Lindbergh, I serve St. George's in Savannah. Point of order, could we get from yourself, Your Grace, or Your Excellency, sorry,
I was thinking Frank, but that's great.
Just Frank or Ernest. Right Reverend Sir.
Sir.
The difference between a commission and a committee, if we could state that so everyone knows what we're actually voting on specifically.
That's very helpful, thank you.
That's at the heart of one of the changes that we are proposing.
Sure, I'm happy to speak to that, and thank you for raising that. In the canons prior to amendment, so the canons that the canon crew looked at, we discovered that the terms were used interchangeably, but accidentally almost broke into two camps. So it ended up being that the committees, standing committee, the Committee on Constitution and Canons, and the Finance Committee all were already called committees, and they come with some additional canonical heft, if you will, in terms of how they're populated and their responsibility. The sole difference was the Honey Creek Development Committee was called a committee, even though they understood themselves and functioned as a commission. The canons referred to them differently. So part of the package of changes would change that to be canonically a commission, just so for shorthand we would understand the levels of authority in each of them. A commission with annual appointments, typically making recommendations to other bodies. Committees with some canonical responsibility to carry out on their own. Does that make sense? So there's, according to the canons, a committee would be able to decide the things given to it, like the Finance Committee. This is what we're putting forward to Diocesan Council. Creation Care Commission would have authority within essentially the authority seated by the canons, but would not be able to take action on behalf of the convention, but would be able to do the work given to it. That's the difference between the two. And this is a proposed commission. Thank you for that. Okay. Other thoughts? Okay, thank you. And so now we have the Reverend Ian Lash, Rector of St. Francis of the Isle in Savannah.
Right, Reverend Sir, I want to start, I have some notes so that I don't get too off track and miss anything. I want to start with a note of thanks to the task force and to the Canons and Constitution and Canons Committee for their work. It is a significant amount of work and of good quality, and I hope my proposal of an amendment does not detract from that at all. In his presentation earlier, my colleague, the Reverend Nick Roosevelt, referred to the principles animating their discussion, one of which was the principle of flexibility. And I think that flexibility is a valuable goal, but not always the ultimate goal. And so there may be some occasions on which we want to sacrifice something of flexibility in order to have some sort of concreteness to certain processes, especially those that are vitally important. The proposed amendment has to do with one of those. It is about the process of electing a bishop. In order to propose this amendment, one of the things that was done is we looked at all of the Constitution and canons for all of the dioceses in Province 4 to see what they said, how much they said, and what exactly they said about the process of electing a bishop. One of the things that we looked at was word count, which is an admittedly imprecise measure, but gives an idea of how important each diocese saw it was to outline the specifics of a process. And the it's worth noting, the proposed revision to the Constitution and canons would take us from the middle third among Province 4 down to the bottom third in terms of the amount of ink spilled for this particular process. That's not the only thing that matters, but it does help sort of shed some light on it, I think. And the other thing about this is that when it comes to the election of a bishop, we are talking about something that determines the direction of a diocese for a decade or more at a time. 30 years, roughly, yes. So
you are a funny man.
It
and
seems
optimistic about my health.
For something that important, it seems significant that this body, which will ultimately be the body that votes when it comes to the election of a bishop, has some oversight into the process and what that process looks like. The canons, the Constitution and canons as presented would cede broad authority to the Standing Committee, which they deserve. That is the role of the Standing Committee by and large. But my concern has to do with some basic guardrails that I think would be valuable for the convention to lay out. Some sort of commonalities that we could agree upon without being needlessly rigid and inflexible, without being needlessly specific and tying us to a process that we don't intend to follow, but lay out some of the sort of general guidelines that we can all agree on so that this body actually has oversight and insight and ownership of the process for electing a bishop when that time should come. So the amendment that is proposed essentially has four specifics, four sort of guardrails that I'll sort of summarize for you. The first is that it specifies that the election of a bishop will take place at a regular meeting of convention or a special meeting of convention. That is not specifically spelled out in the proposed canons. It also specifies that election will take place by secret ballot, which I think is an important thing, but also a very basic guideline that doesn't get too overly specific in terms of process. It also designates a higher quorum necessary in order to elect a bishop. So we currently have a process laid out where we need a simple majority of delegates present in order to have a convention, and then a simple majority of each orders is sufficient to elect a bishop. One of the things that was noted from at least one other diocese in Province 4 is requiring either 2/3 of delegates present at a convention where a bishop would be elected, or 2/3 of those present actually electing a bishop, so that you don't have a situation, as unlikely as it may be, where only a simple majority shows up for the election and only a simple majority of both orders elects a bishop. The last thing is give some required notice. As I said, the Standing Committee rightfully has a significant amount of authority when it comes to the process of electing a bishop and the specifics of what that process looks like, but this proposed amendment would lay out some minimum notice periods of 90 days so that could be publicized to the delegates of convention and would be made public rather than The current proposed canons don't actually have a requirement in terms of how far in advance those processes need to be laid out. I want to thank also the co-sponsors of this amendment, a couple of whom are standing here with me. God willing, this is not a process that we will need to go through again for another decade or three, but it seems both wise and prudent not to put it off and to make sure that this work is not left undone. Thanks.
Okay. And they've just got your backs there. Okay.
And the amendment can be seen up on your screen really briefly before we move to the next one.
And as with the other amendments, it will be at the diocesan website, GA Episcopal, where we showed you earlier. You hover over the convention tab, you get a drop-down menu, and amendments are available to read in full. The Reverend Kelly Steele.
So I just want to add that I think Ian did his homework looking at all of Province 4 diocesan canons. I think his resolution is sound. We were also taught in seminary that rather than put things in policy that could be determined by a committee, an unknown committee at an unknown time, we should rather consider the canons our rule of life. That was how we were taught it in seminary. And so we just want to have, as part of our rule of life, the flexible yet clear amendment that Ian has put together. So I hope that you will support the amendment. Thank you. Thank you, Ian.
Thank you all for putting that forward. Yes, Ken Worthing, Senior Warden of St. Mark's and Woodbine.
Yes, there is. The voting we did by text message today considered a secret ballot? Because he just said it should be a secret ballot. And
yeah,
it didn't sound very secret because you had verified.
I would not consider what we did today to be a secret ballot, okay. No. Nobody's matching the numbers to the votes, but it would be potential for someone to do so, which would not meet the test. Thank you. Reverend Ted Clarkson, are you waiting to speak to this?
Was actually speaking to the main motion.
Please.
The canons.
Yes.
I really do appreciate, and I know how much hard work has gone in by this group to look at our canons and the Constitution, and that is valuable work. There are always going to be, over time, some little hiccups in the canons, wrong citations, and there are times when our practices no longer match the canons, and we need to change the canons or, if necessary, the Constitution to match what we are in fact doing. But I am concerned greatly when we make major policy changes all at one time with very little notice and opportunity to look at and consider what are the ramifications of those. And there are more, but I've got about 6 of them, which are significant changes to the policies and the way in which we operate, not just correcting errors. With regards to the deans, I had the privilege of serving as a dean for a number of years. Our bishops over time have appointed the deans. They have been essentially assistants to the bishops in the different areas. Our previous bishop used the deans as a council of advice. It was quite confidential. We became aware at times over years of pastoral matters involving the clergy. To arbitrarily say that it's a 3-year term, I think takes something away from the bishop. The bishop is the one who has traditionally relied upon these people. Now, I think it's probably a good idea to change them every so often, but I think that should be up to the bishop to make that decision. That's the way the convocations have worked over time and worked reasonably well. And if people have a problem with a particular dean, they can express it to the bishop. And I'm sure the bishop will take that into consideration.
I took all complaints against you. Would no.
And I have no doubt about it.
There were none.
I was also going to say the change to, we may not have a lot of specificity on how we elect a bishop, but the standing committee last time followed those rules. We think we need to have those rules. The last thing in the world we need to do is be changing the rules right before an election. That could look like you're trying to change the rules in order to benefit one group, and somebody from the diocese, somebody outside the diocese. It comes under the category, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I don't see a reason why we need to change what we've had was operated and has worked well. With regards to the Standing Committee, many people aren't really aware what the Standing Committee does. The Standing Committee, one of its major roles is in the ordination process. And I have had the privilege of serving twice on the Standing Committee, 2 terms. And we see people coming through. We see through them over the years. Sometimes people I saw the first time on the Standing Committee, I saw them again later for ordination. It helps to have continuity. And our own diocesan canons right now, even as suggested for revision, say that for a vestry, if a person fulfills an unexpired term, they fill out the term. That helps provide continuity. The same thing on the Standing Committee, and it's worked well. We haven't had a lot of vacancies, but it's not created a problem to say that we're going to appoint somebody and they're only going to serve for upwards until the next convention. I don't think is a change that's necessary. The diverse representation on diocesan council, elected by the convocations. I think it ought to be the convocations to decide who they want to serve on, not put a specific requirement. Again, it's worked well. The expansion of Convocation Council. Convocation Council used to be very large in this diocese, and there was a reason why it was changed. The reason was, for those who weren't here, a couple of reasons. In some convocations, you couldn't get people to show up, and therefore it got very skewed results. Some churches would show up with 7, 8, 9 people, and other people show up with 1. Or I'm told, some convocations, it became a party. Everybody showed up. So Southwest is what I've been told on that. I wasn't part of Southwest, would not know.
I was.
Yes. That's my source.
That explains that. Okay, go ahead.
And also, even though I've been a person who has always been at the microphone advocating some closer proportional representation, but one place, so I'm going to be also the opposite here. Right now, every congregation has the same representation at Convocation Council. This will change it dramatically. Some congregations, particularly if they didn't have a settled priest, would only have 2. Others, if you added all their convention delegates and all the clergy, their priests and deacons, would have, I can know there's some that would have 9 present. Again, if it isn't broken, why to fix it? And then finally, and I will leave this, two things really. One, there's a reason why things are in Constitution and not canons, because it takes 2 years. Just like in the national church, to change our Constitution takes 2 years, change the prayer book takes 2 years, because we think that these things need to take a long time. Lots of consideration. And the truth of the matter is we're moving about half of the Constitution into the canons that could be changed yearly. A little bit concerned about that. Again, I think that the work that's been done has been a tremendous amount. I think it's been done in absolute best faith. But I think we need to consider these policy changes. Maybe some of them are good. But I think we need to consider them more than, for most of us, became aware of them just about 2 weeks or so ago at Convocation Council. And just to study the changes in detail takes a lot more time. And with all these changes, I think that I will make an appropriate motion tomorrow.
Thank you. I believe the Reverend David Limburg is standing to speak related to this, and then I'll be calling on the Reverend Tom Purdy related to an amendment he has to propose.
All right, Reverend Sir, point of order. There was a month that was available to the entire congregation, or the entire diocese, after the group that I'm on with the task force submitted it. There was a way to offer suggestions. We got suggestions, and we spoke to them. So there was an entire 30-day process that took place in September. Now, whether or not you did your homework is up to you. But the entire diocese was told about it through the way that we are told about things. Also, my colleague was erroneous about certain things as far as time limits and things. Like when General Convention meets, it takes 2 passings, which is a total of 6 years to change the Book of Common Prayer, not 2 years. It takes 6 years at least. That's why we haven't had one since '79. But there are a lot of things that he spoke of that are not entirely correct in the way that the canons are currently written and how it was presented at this mic. And I don't want to take up all of our time to refute every single one of those things, but just be careful that not everything that is spoken is true.
Other comments related in general, and then the Very Reverend Tom Purdy on a specific amendment. Very Reverend William Willoughby III.
Thank you, Right Reverend, sir. William Willoughby from St. Paul, Savannah. I do want to kind of hold up something that Father Clarkson spoke to with regards to Convocation Council. And I was actually the one who proposed an amendment that gives us the current structure of Convocation Council, mostly because what we found was, and it was a matter of equity, it really was. What we found was that there were congregations. In those days, St. Paul's showed up with maybe 2 or 3 people, because that's all we were entitled to. And, well, anyway, another had 8 or 10. So as council, Convocation Council, we decided that maybe we need to flatten this out a little bit so that there was that kind of balance between smaller congregations and larger congregations. I now say that as somebody who has 9 representatives at convention. Okay, so I've been on both ends of the scale. And I think there's something to be said for keeping Convocation Council kind of limited.
Thank you. I think the Very Reverend Tom Purdy is waiting to speak to that exact point, and then Reverend Nick Roosevelt's, if still.
Right Reverend Sir Frank.
Sir Frank,
Purdy,
yeah.
Christ Church, Frederica. The amendment that I put forward, and I have a number of co-sponsors, does speak to the makeup of Convocation Councils. Not that we're opposed to having more people present at Convocation Council. I will say one thing that's been interesting in my time in the diocese is that most years the person who joins me from my parish does not attend diocesan convention and really doesn't have as much input or desire to have input on things like the budget or who we elect to council as maybe a delegate would. But in thinking about how the change would impact our convocation, like Canon Willoughby, I have a parish that has 9 votes when everybody shows up. And I'm aware there are smaller parishes might have 3 or less than 3 if they have a shared priest between numerous congregations, as one of our convocation parishes does. I was looking at it through lenses I've been still clarifying and learning to see through in the work that we've done around racial equity, where I've been learning about how to keep an eye on institutions and make sure we don't inadvertently create barriers and struggles for folks who are in the minority. This is something that affects not just small parishes, but in our convocation, it particularly stood out because we are blessed with 3 congregations of color, all 3 of which happen to be small in size, that if we have all the voting at convocation councils at the same level that we vote at convention, it really does diminish the voice and the power of those folks. And so in talking to some of those congregations in our convocation and then getting feedback from around the diocese, the amendment is really to say, it's adding some language that would say, yes, let's invite all voting delegates to be a part of Convocation Council, but that each parish would remain able to vote twice, one clerical and one lay from each parish to be determined at the start of the meeting. So even a parish like mine has 9 potential people attending the meeting, we get 2 votes. And it splits the difference. It gets the people who are going to be at convention back to Convocation Council, but it allows the work to move forward even if you don't have the people showing up. I learned in these conversations about some of the historical struggles with the makeup of Convocation Council. So that's our amendment, is everybody who's a voting member of each delegation can come, but each parish, each congregation would only get 2 votes.
Okay, so we have the text of that amendment. Text of the amendment will also be at the website overnight. It is really doing exactly what you heard related to keep the same as revised in the proposed state canons, it would keep that voting delegates coming to Convocation Council, and then would give one clerical, one lay vote per congregation in that council for diocesan council leadership. Is that an accurate statement? Okay. That amendment will come before us tomorrow as well. Any discussion related to that? Okay. Reverend Nick Roosevelt. I was going to say Rick Roosevelt. It is. I know who you are, sir. I think, you know. Okay. Okay, yeah. I don't think so, and I think the problem may be at your end, so they can't fix it. You want to, yeah, try, yeah.
Testing?
Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
Okay. Want to, again, as I said in my presentation this morning, thank those who've put forward amendments. It would probably have been inappropriate to tack my name on as a co-sponsor of any one of them, and I certainly think all of them would have been considered by our committee when we, outside of the 60-day requirement, had the discretion to do so.
Mm-hmm.
I'll speak more as a matter of debate to them tomorrow, but I do want to just commend all of us who are listening to these amendments to notice that this is the type of engagement we want to see. Right. And these canons do belong to you for these precise purposes. So there's a reason we call it perfecting, because it just becomes better and more complete. Do want to receive some of the broad things that my colleagues, Father Clarkson and perhaps Father Willoughby, spoke to, and just catch that up into some context. The bishop may or may not want to speak to one or more of these himself, but a lot of these changes that may be presumed to have been the idea or the genesis of the 5 people on this committee were actually things that we received in feedback and hearing from diocesan staff, from the bishop, from our stakeholder conversations. So we're inviting you to remember that you are part of that stakeholder group and are a part of that stakeholder group, both in the notice and comment period we published, not in September but in August, as well as that we're making a first pass, a first reading this year. We have an entire year that if you find something thus objectable, can be, can try again. But I do want to just find a way to, and I'll talk with Father Clarkson individually, to make sure that I'm understanding the things I think he's saying and how our committee's been working to that. And if anyone else has, if that voiced something for you, you have a question in the details, I love it. Come find me. That's part of how these two amendments were born, was down in the details. So come find me.
Thank you. All right. That's going to conclude this. I want to give you some process stuff and kind of tell you where we are. First of all, this stuff isn't fun, but it matters. And so it doesn't give you warm and fuzzies, but you clean things up and we govern ourselves better. And so I'm glad for us taking the time to do this. Second, you can still propose an amendment for tomorrow that would be in writing, that would help us. If you go to the diocesan website, Convention 2021, the drop down, the bottom thing is proposed amendments form that would be able to come in and writing to us. So that's help. Could be done from the floor. As a matter of process, and you can understand why this would be true, the later an amendment comes into the canons, the harder it is to pass, because we could do something messy on the floor we all regret. Okay? So our canons actually say no such proposed alteration or addition may be considered by the convention until it's been referred to and reported upon by the Committee on Constitution and Canons. And then there becomes a higher 2/3 majority is needed if Constitution and Canons hasn't reviewed it, simple majority if they have. And for their good work, I am going to ask to hold them after class. Becky Cheatham is chair, Jim Elliott ex officio, David Lemberg, and the Reverends David Lindbergh and Galen Marotti, just to be with Jim Elliott here briefly, because if they review them, we actually can acknowledge what I believe the canons mean, which is they were received in writing, we reviewed them today, they come back up tomorrow. I believe our canons intend them to get a simple majority or not, but that committee will need to meet briefly and decide that, and could decide that this is too soon. But just so you know, anything that's presented tomorrow would need a 2/3 majority just because of when it's coming to the floor. Once it got in the larger package would still, if it did, the larger package would still just need a simple majority. I'll attend to that. I'm just making you aware of it, okay? I've asked that group to meet. We have 2 more things, and then we're done with our work for today. One of them is a video, and then the Bishop's Award, and then we'll be done for the day. So as we were wrapping up our time, I want to tell a very different story of life in pandemic. Dr. Bertice Berry is a member of Christ Church in Savannah. She's a postulant for Holy Orders, studying for the diaconate. And I liked her simple formula that she found a meaningful way to serve when her professional work was halted in pandemic, of what did she had to offer and what did the community need. And I think that what's up in this video is deeply connected to God Gave the Growth, will connect to my sermon tonight and then to our work tomorrow. So I want to see this video with Dr. Bertice Berry.
Lord, make us instruments of your peace. Where there's hatred, let us sow love. Where there's injury, pardon. Where there's discord, union. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is sadness, joy. Grant that we may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in the giving that we receive, it is in the parting that we are pardoned, it is in the dying that we are born to eternal life. Amen. Hi, I'm Dr. Bertice Berry, and I want to tell you a story. I was speaking to large corporations. I sometimes give a lecture, sometimes I'm doing workshops, sometimes I'm consulting. Large corporations, hospitals, large associations. I could be talking to bankers one day and aeronautical engineers the next. I could go from Singapore one day to Poughkeepsie the next. And that schedule was grueling and wonderful and marvelous. And then it just stopped. I had an event here in the city, and then to Florida, 7-hour trip. We were driving because things were shutting down, and I knew not to fly. We got there and it canceled. And on the drive back, all of the work for the rest of the year was canceled. And this was the end of February, so I had no work for the rest of the year. And I realized I could either crumble into what us gonna do, or I could say, what am I gonna do for somebody else? So I came in here, I was, like walking like, what am I gonna do? I come back from this trip and I sit down here with one of these notebooks, because I've got thousands of them around, and I started writing a list of what it was that I knew. I also knew that because of MS and because of severe adult onset asthma, if I got this terrible disease, I more than likely wouldn't make it. So the question became, what do you leave? Do you take it with you, or do you share what you know? people needed to hear from me. There were 5 people who were depressed and said, I'm going to take my life or die because I'm not going to make it through this. And if I could hear from you, I'd be okay. Well, I couldn't sew and talk. I couldn't talk to them on the phone. So I started to record messages so that they could play them at any point of the day. They could play them back. And I tried 5 of these or this. I tried to dance and sing. I tried to, whatever I could do to give people some joy. And then the other thing that occurred to me was that I knew story inside and out. I had done a really deep dive into sociological storytelling and the power of it. So I started telling stories. Hi, I'm Dr. Bertice Berry, and I want to tell you a story. When I started doing the videos, I started sharing them on my own personal page on Facebook because they were for 5 people that I knew. I got a call one day from a young lady whose mother I grew up with. And she was calling through Facebook, through Messenger, somehow. She was in the hospital. They had just removed her respirator. Every day she was listening to my stories. And the first thing she wanted to do with her daughter, who's at home in her house, and she's in ICU, and through these mediums, she says, call Bertice. She calls me through Messenger. I answer the phone. And I hear this voice, you gotta keep going. You gotta tell this. God wants you to keep going. I'm like, who is this? And it's this woman who's got COVID and she's in the hospital and they just took her off a respirator and she wants to call me. And she tells me the whole time she's out, she's hearing these stories and they're willing her to live. She knows she has to keep going. She's got more work to do. She's listening to these stories. It's the craziest thing in the world. And I'm on the other side crying, I don't know what to do. And then her daughter calls me that night and says, my mom had to go back on the respirator. She was just off long enough to talk to you. So now they're on my page, just to these people I'm talking to, but somehow they're getting out. So I decided to be more intentional about them. I put them on my professional page. Somebody contacts me and says, please put these on Instagram. I'm like, okay. And then I hear from someone I work with, can you please put these on LinkedIn? Okay. And then I hear from somebody who can't hear me in the morning because I've just done a breathing treatment for my asthma. I can't hear you. Can you put them on YouTube with closed captioning? Okay. So they're in all these mediums that I would have never thought of using, never thought of working through. But when you get a call from somebody who's next to death and they tell you that God wants them to tell me, keep going and put it out there, well, you do it. But nobody likes looking at themselves back through a camera. And, you know, when I first started, the joke is that, you know, if I had known that many people would have watched, I would have put on makeup. But it wasn't about me then, it's not about me now. And it's doing more than I could have ever hoped for. I'm telling stories every single day. Now, hundreds of thousands, some days millions of people are listening, paying attention to these stories. But then I noticed that the comments are getting longer and longer on all of these platforms, and I needed to build a community so that these folks could begin to talk to one another as well. It took me 4 more months to figure that out because I had to reverse engineer out all of the negativity that you typically find on social media platforms. I had to figure out a way to keep people talking and sharing their stories, their personal stories, without a fear of them being exposed or concern about any of those things. But at the same time, I wanted them to be able to learn to tell better stories about their own life. one of the things that happened was they began to tell stories about their parents and their own childhood. They began to see their own lives differently.
All of the food that I remember her making tasted like love.
There's a story in you, and it's just waiting to be told.
But it's allowed me to release caring what other people think. Like, what really does it matter? You know, what was I so afraid of being judged?
I just remember the beauty.
I have no idea what I'm doing every morning when I get up to tell a story. I didn't when I started in the middle of the pandemic. I don't now. I don't really even have control over what this becomes because it becomes something else in somebody else's life. What matters is I took this little thing that I knew how to do to share it with 5 people who shared it all over the place. And it was changing lives. It is changing lives. And people are waking up saying, what can I do? And you don't have to wait until a pandemic hits or until you have some big magical idea. Just take what you know. Take what you already do. Take what you already love and share it with somebody. And God gives the increase.
I love you.
I love you guys.
I love you.
You're loved.
Love y'all.
I love you.
I love you.
Perfect segue into the Bishop's Award, where someone else did just that. The Bishop's Award goes to a person who's offered exemplary service to the Diocese of Georgia. This year, it is my privilege to honor a person I've known for years, whose work has made a huge impact in the viability of Honey Creek. Here's the thing. We didn't know we needed an expert in naval architecture and marine engineering on the Honey Creek Commission, and yet this year's Bishop Award honoree, Mark Purcell. Start making your way up, sir. Come on. Okay, let me tell you about him. Hang on. Mark used his life experience, just as we do. What do you know? What does your community need? Mark used his life experience to help save and then sustain Honey Creek at a critical time. So he had worked in the development of nuclear propulsion systems for U.S. Navy submarines, and it proved a fit for the commission because it takes an engineer's mind. And I know I have a dad and a brother who are engineers, so they drive me crazy in all the right ways. The thing is that Mark worked for 33 years with the famed Admiral H.G. Rickover, and his years of consulting and design work after honed that way of looking at the world, and it was what we need. This was especially true when we faced the challenge with the bond debt coming due. When it first happened, the bank told us, this is post-2008-2009 housing crisis. They were saying, we just can't extend that line of credit anymore. The whole thing's due with a short amount of time. Hamp Stevens, who was the director at that time, the Reverend Ted Clarkson, who was chair of the commission, saw that getting our folks to invest in the camp itself could be a way to do it. But backing up a little to kind of let these stories converge, Mark and his wife Shirley had their first exposure to Honey Creek in 1988. Over time, they enjoyed working with Curcio teams, putting on parish weekends for their church, St. Peter's on Skidaway Island. He would later write from the field of his first visit, he said, I was overwhelmed by the wonderful setting for our diocese to enjoy all the pines and azaleas nestled among the lodge rooms, dormitories, dining hall, swimming pool, and office, but most importantly, the sacred chapel with the view of Honey Creek flowing by with the never-ending marshes. Now, I first met the Purcells at Curcio. I always enjoyed their infectious joy, Mark's stand-up bass playing that added so much to the music. And so I bestow this honor because I saw his passion for using the Honey Creek bond sale to get the stakeholders of the diocese to invest in our sacred ground. I watched his steady work then, and seeing that we remained in the black. As we have already said in convention, the bondholders have been paid back. We've eliminated that debt. There's so many people to thank. There are others, but when we get to this milestone, when we honor the trust placed in us, I find myself especially grateful for Mark and feel myself blessed to bestow this honor on him. Let's let her get a picture. Say a word if you want. Yeah. You want to say a word?
Well, I'm totally surprised. Frank did call me about 3-4 days ago.
That's when the surprise was, not now.
But it's, I would share one of the operations that we did to get moving on the information, on the documents, and wanted to get more work done by what we could do at our own finance committee at St. Peter's. It turns out we had $50,000 that were that they were doing. The only thing they were doing was taking some of the money of that and put it in towards our yeah.
Endowment.
No, not the endowment. This was to this document was a $30,000 operation that I thought actually 50,000 was put towards our library for St. Peter's, and that was a no-burner, no minder to me. That money could be put away. All it was doing, this 50,000 was being put into nits and odd things to help the library. And if we just put that money onto the bonds, you'll get 5% per year. When there's no way we could not do that. Well, there were some people that didn't really want to do that. We went through that, and then when it came to make a decision on what to do with this, and if I told you who it was, I probably won't. When we came to bring this information for the bonds to our finance committee, I was a member of the committee, and the leader to of the finance committee was quite when we just went to the point of trying to get that money. The person who was the director of the finance committee put his arm around me when we went up to take this to the finance. I was on the committee, and this leader was running the committee. And when we walked into the meeting, he put his arm around me and said, "You're not going to like me after I hear this meeting." Well, he had read the details that went into the bond, and his statement was, "This can't be done for church. Not the right thing to do. That there's nothing that's going to be sure that you're not going to lose the money." Is really what he was saying. But that turned him around after. I'll shorten it down a bit. When this leader, and if I told you who he was, you'd know. Anybody in Savannah, which I won't do. but once I pointed out that the money that is would go to the bonds would be for Honey Creek, and what I told him what we did with the money at Honey Creek and what we needed it for. After starting in this discussion, he wouldn't have anything to do with it. But when I told him that there are many, in fact, we had people in our own clergy that had been to Honey Creek, and if they hadn't been there, hadn't been to Honey Creek, they would never be there. That guy, and that I mentioned a couple of the people that we knew that learned and developed during their time at Honey Creek. And once he saw that and developed, anyway, he said, "Okay, I'll go along with it." Turn himself completely around. In fact, I will match however amount that the church sends for the bonds. Well, with the talk, the back and forth with the people, at how much can we take of that 50,000? We got it down to 30,000. They took it. The other people took it down to 30,000. But that person who was the head of the finance committee decided he was going to put in 50,000 anyway, which he did, and that was very, very, very inspiring to me to be able to do that. Anyway, enough said.
Thank you. Thank you. Mark, thank you. It comes back exactly to what Bertice was telling you. What are the skills I already have? What does my community need? How I can use it? Without disclosing people, I will say that the donor he's discussing, I happen to know because of my position, continued to keep an eye on it, continued to look at the possibilities, and later forgave the full 50,000, becoming part of the 302,000 that was given to the camp. And it is the way in which we see priests raised up for ordination from the place, lives changed at Cursillo, at Happening, at Paris retreats and other things, and that investment paying off in more ways than 5%. We're now going to move to travel to Honey Creek, but the Honey Creek Commission wanted to greet you. They got a 1-minute video. Do we have that queued up?
There is a place where roots grow deep, where relationships thrive, where prayer covers everything.
Honey Creek.
Honey Creek.
Honey Creek.
Honey Creek is our spiritual home. It's a holy place. It's a happy place.
It's a place where we learn and pray
and laugh and grow.
It's a place where God lives.
And God is calling you to come home.
In the not too distant past, we pulled together to save Honey Creek.
With bond forgiveness and additional giving from congregation, we are now set to retire the debt from Honey Creek.
That's something to celebrate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now it's time to pull together in a new way.
And to remember all over again what it means to be the body of Christ.
To be a people of prayer. To be a diocese and a family. Honey Creek is ready for you.
It's time.
It's time.
It's time to come home.
It's time to let God take you
Back to the creek.
Okay. Some housekeeping notes as we get ready to leave for the evening.
Thank you all so much for joining us today. We are so looking forward to celebrating with you at our beloved Honey Creek this evening. Tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m. there will be a Eucharist not on the beach. Doesn't seem like a fun idea. So I think we'll just do a Eucharist right out in the hallway, just right out there. It will be lovely. Jesus will show up.
We arranged that.
It's going to be wonderful.
Yeah.
So the Reverend Dwayne Cope will be our celebrant, and the Reverend Tommy Townsend will be our preacher. So please join tomorrow morning if you would like. And then tomorrow we'll be voting on business, the proposed budgets, we'll be voting on proposed amendments, and then we'll have nominee votes and announcements for next year, so lots to look forward to tomorrow. But first, we're going to have a nice celebration.
So there will be the auction taking place. There are flyers on your tables about how you can take part in that. Even when you're in the room, you'll use the app to add to that. There'll be the Eucharist in the tent, ability to step to the side and go to Stewart Hall, which is away from the Crink Bank, alongside the lodge rooms, to be able to have hors d'oeuvres and see the things that are still available for auction. And then we will go back to the tent for some really good home cooking to eat this evening, have an enjoyable time together. Thank you for your service today. We've done hard work.
One last thing, if you are a participant in the Eucharist, you also do not need to vest, and you don't need to arrive right at 4. You can come at about 4:10 if you need to. Thank you.
We'll keep it simple. Thank you all. Constitution and Canons, please meet up here by the Reverend Jim Elliott, Esquire.